Welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. The first thing I did after coming home from Phantasm Concert was boot up ESO. There was a half-eaten bag of chips next to my computer. They were stale, but I didn't mind. They were actually pretty good this way. ESO was my life. It was a place where I could feel at home. A place that would help me forget all about the awful things that happened in reality. There's a potato chip brand called Cons, C-O-N-N-S. Those are really good. Inside ESO, I could forget all the bad things that happened. I ceased to be me and became Nightheart, free to travel as I wished in Baselard. But today, Nightheart wasn't doing so good. Of course, I knew it was my fault. The problem was with my own judgment and reaction times. But I was failing at things I could normally do easy. I was playing to make myself feel better, but I was just feeling worse. What the hell is your problem? I'm gonna delete you, damn it. I knew it was all my own fault, but I still yelled at night. Damn it all, you're pissing me off. I tore at my hair and kicked at the exposed metal plating that formed the wall of my room. After working out my anger, I sighed and leaned back into my chair. I stared at the monitor, only half paying attention to what was on the screen. Nightheart was no longer under my control. He was standing at the entrance of Shangri-La, facing in a random direction, with his back turned to me and not moving an inch. I always fought the enemies like this, with his back to me. Nightheart's experience points were maxed out, of course. How many experience points do I have, huh? Hey, maybe that equation is our experience points. Maybe that's what it is. Was it like the scientific notation for our experience points? For how much money we have? Like our level? Maybe that's what that equation was. It was Nightheart, like showing like our level, experience, and money. Had the person named Takumi Nishio grown at all since I started ESO? No. Since I'd ever been born? If I had, why was it so hard to talk to people? Why was I living a life that was one step away from being total hikikomori? If I didn't log in for a few weeks, would Nightheart become a hikikomori too? Whose eyes are those? For some reason, as I looked at Nightheart's back, I remembered those words. I started to wonder what Nightheart did when I wasn't controlling him. I kept my hands off the keyboard for a while, eating my stale chips and watching. If Nightheart had an identity of his own, he'd be walking tall through the city of Shangri-La. Head held high, he was a hero, and everyone loved him. He's probably going to turn around and look straight into the screen. Then again, I mean, to some degree, doesn't everyone actually feel this? You know, the eyes, like someone's watching you a lot of times. Then again, there's a lot of times I'll be walking, like I'll talk to myself, but also there's times I'll talk basically, sometimes in prayer, sometimes actually just discussing things as if, okay, how would I be discussing it if I was talking to an anime character? Or how would I be discussing if I was talking to a historical figure? Or to someone from the Bible? Or heck, like basically expressing my thoughts and feelings to God. Or just expressing things in general, like how I feel and think about things. At least, yeah, what can I say? I think introspection and reflection can be useful. Now, granted, you can take it too far, and I certainly do that, as it can be too far if you ruminate on certain negative things too much, and, well, it doesn't really accomplish anything. Of course, you do need to think about that stuff too sometimes, but mostly just to understand motivations, feelings on it, and how to make things better, so you can understand what actions you should take. And that's another thing, like some people feel like, oh, it's a waste of time to even think about things at all, but one, you can understand your motivations better that way. You can also, because there's sometimes people who will act impulsively, and they will make very poor decisions that could have very dire consequences. And at least by the benefit of taking some time to explore your own thoughts and feelings, you can decide what's actually important, and you can think things through rather than making a hasty decision that could be disastrous. So, I guess the end is this, like with all things, balance. Find whatever balance of that actually is in your best interest. You know, heck, biggest rules I can give to everyone out there is be kind and read everything you can. That's two things I would say. Read every possible thing you can. Try to learn, especially about history, or just read books. Just read everything you can and be kind. Be kind to others and be kind to yourself. And just, yeah. But he's going to turn around and look at the... We're not going to be looking, so we're not going to see him turn around. But what's going to happen is we're probably looking away, and then we're going to look back at the screen, and he's going to be turned around, looking at, Nishijo. Hey, Nightheart, I'm always watching you, you know? Did you ever notice? And then turns around. I mean, many games do have idle animations. Heck, even Sonic the Hedgehog did the thing where you'd start getting impatient until eventually you can actually get game over and lose a life, where Sonic will just walk off the screen because he got bored. And even though I wasn't touching the keyboard, Nightheart's face suddenly turned around, even though the rest of him was still facing away. So not only are you turning around, but you are breaking your neck. At least it kind of felt that way. LOL. Just kidding. I watched the monitor for over an hour, but Nightheart didn't do anything but stand there. Okay? I'll tell it just as it happened. I went to school today, and then when it was over, I found myself buying a cell phone with my little sister. You might not understand what I'm talking about. I didn't understand when it happened to me either. Brother, what are you mumbling about? Are we Nishijo at this moment? Yes, we are. I haven't seen you in a while. I asked if you liked this model or not. Yay, we're here to buy a phone. Which, honestly, is useful. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, I can see if we didn't have the extra money for it. But since, Dad is paying for it, we might as well get the phone. I mean, phones are, honestly, I couldn't imagine society without them anymore. Even though I still remember a time before internet existed. That's weird. I remember a time before internet existed. I remember a time before cell phones. God, I wanted to go home. How many times would I have to tell her that I didn't want a cell phone before it sunk in? When I got to school today, she barged right into my classroom. Wow, look who actually came to school today, she said. And then she ordered me to come buy a phone. We actually do need a phone, especially with the shit going on, or even before that. After school, I tried to escape before she could find me, but I had forgotten how fast she could be. She'd easily found me, caught up to me, and dragged me to the shop in front of the station. I didn't want to go anywhere near the station. I never did. Every time I went, I felt like I'd throw up any minute. Nanami didn't know or care about how I felt, though. She was looking at all the different display models and muttering to herself. I couldn't understand why Nanami would care about what kind of phone I got. This kind of cute color, right? I think it's a good one. She asked my opinion, and I gave the obvious answer. That one is fine. But it will be a little too cute for you. Maybe it's not your type. I told her I was fine, and she didn't listen. I'd lost count of how many times I told her I was okay with whatever model she wanted. She asked my opinion, but didn't seem interested in listening to it. That was the problem. Brother, are you okay? Are there just too many people here for you? I mean, yeah, that probably is a little anxious that everyone's here. Like I said, I think the biggest issue with Nishijo is that he got used to the whole feeling disrespected by a lot of people. Still, that doesn't excuse him being disrespectful to other people who haven't disrespected him, especially people who are actively being nice to him. I mean, his sister's legitimately just being nice and caring about her brother, being pleasant to be around. I mean, she might be a little bit of sassy about certain things, but nothing's with any ill intent. So, but yeah, it would definitely stand to reason that you are more apprehensive and defensive if you're used to negative, interactions. But if someone hasn't actually done a negative interaction and there's somebody you actually know and they're only doing positive, you really should be being nicer to them. And I guess the whole thing with the 3D thing is that this. a lot of times if you're used to, like, say things in a isolated environment with fictional characters, you wind up, not really having a lot of conversation there, whereas in real life you wind up having a lot more back and forth, and that's definitely a very different ebb and flow. I think being able to do both is very important for people, and I think he probably just got into a negative habit as far as the way he's being with this, just doing to excessive negative influence of others. Like, basically the idea, oh, what's wrong with 3D people? The idea is that you're used to the idea of three-dimensional people not caring about your thoughts or feelings and actually actively being rude and offensive to you. But at this point, what he's done is he's sort of just taken that negative experience and plastered it on the entire rest of the human race. Which, to be fair, it is a good idea to be cautious of that. Like, someone stabs you in the back, well, you do want to be cautious of not getting stabbed in the back again. However, it also doesn't mean you should be hateful or disrespectful to people. It just means you need to be aware, hey, this is a thing that can occur, and people can do this. But for the most part, most people are not going to do this. It's more so you should approach things with an open mind and be respectful and caring of people. You should appreciate the person's company that you're around, and you should be able to be open and friendly and courteous and have some amount of faith in another human being. But in the same regard, you learn one important lesson is this, that you shouldn't be blind to certain negative things when they come up. So that if they are doing certain things that are negative cues that you should pick up on, like say if you're at like a restaurant and you're on a date with someone, and the person you're on a date with starts being incredibly rude to one of the servers or the waiting staff, that would be a reason for you to suddenly have a bit of a concern, because you're noticing. Now, I mean, maybe it'd be different if, like, the actual waiting staff did something legitimately wrong. Like, I don't know. I can't think of any examples. But, like, if it was somebody they knew and they legitimately just came and started cussing the person out, then yeah, but again, that's more of an exception than the rule. Because, I mean, no matter what you say in the world, like, no matter what you're talking about, no matter what rule you're talking about, like, oh, potatoes are like this and have starch in them, there's going to be some exceptions that where, no matter how true the rule is, there's going to be exceptions. That's with everything in the world. It's like sometimes people say, oh, you shouldn't make assumptions, but at the end of the day, that's how conversations work. You have to have some sort of basic expectation that the other person understands you and that you understand them. You can't second guess everything at all times. I mean, imagine if somebody was just constantly paranoid at all times, second guessing everything. How would you function as a person? But the main point is this. You should still be, especially like, okay, this is your sister, she's nice to you, like, this person's being nice. So, there's no reason why we should have any problem. This person's actually, like, here's the thing. Or there's too many people here for you. That's coming from, like, it'd be one thing if the person was saying that condescendingly, like if they were talking down to us, but she's not saying it in a condescending way. She's saying it out of concern. She's actually caring about our well-being. Because like I said, there's two ways this could be said. Like, there's a way that somebody could say this, oh, are there just too many people here for you? But that would usually be different body language, different facial expressions, different vocal tones, and there'd be other context clues that would wind up showing that. But the idea is that she's not being condescending or rude with this. She's not being, scornful toward us. She's saying it out of legitimate concern for our well-being. It's just, I think the idea, yes, with the whole 2D, 3 thing is, one, a two-dimensional thing cannot hurt you. Also, a two-dimensional thing, you at least feel listened to and heard. Because here's the thing. One, I mean, we've all been there. I mean, where one, you've been around people who have been both verbally or physically violent toward you, and of course that makes you feel sad. In addition to that, there's also times where if you're talking to somebody, there's good times where, like say if you're talking to yourself, yeah, you can talk a lot. And again, there's also lots of very personal things that, even if somebody was calm and quiet, cared about you, someone you loved and trusted, you wouldn't really feel comfortable talking about certain things. And even then, it's asking a lot to, emotionally dump everything on them. Everything moderation, and even then there's certain things that are personal. But more to the point is, when it's like, what are you talking about? I don't fucking know. But I'm trying to remember what I was saying. But the idea is something with, I can't remember. Oh, right. Like there are sometimes if you're talking to people that even if there's something you need to say, there are some people that will just talk over everything you have to say. They'll either shout you down, or they won't listen to what you have to say at all, and they'll insist that they are right, and they won't listen to any information you have to give. They have no respect for your thought or opinion. They're of the mindset they are right, you are wrong, and you need to just shut up and do as you're told. You need to shut up and do and believe whatever they say, and they have no respect for your ability to think or feel about anything. That you as a person don't have value. So of course, yes, in that sort of situation, yes, you do need to be assertive and either assert your ability to talk about your own thoughts or feelings and stand up for yourself, or if someone is being outright condescending and abusive to you, then just remove yourself from the situation. Like, whether it's a friendship or a relationship, and regardless of gender or sexual orientation, if you're with somebody and they're being verbally or physically abusive to you, you shouldn't be around that person. Get the fuck away from them. You need to get the hell away. But yes, you definitely need to be mindful of that, and you definitely don't want to be blind to those sort of things. But at the same time, you shouldn't be overly paranoid about the possibility of it occurring, or overly jaded about other people in the past hurting you, that you project your anger from legitimately bad things that happened in the past onto people that have done no harm to you. Now, of course, you keep your eyes open so that if those people also repeat those issues, well, then you know to immediately get away from it a lot faster. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. She hasn't done anything wrong. She's not being condescending to us. She's not talking down to us. I mean, she's just wanting to spend time with us, wanting us to have fun, wanting to do what's good for us. This person, she is, I don't remember her name, Nanami. She's saying this out of actual concern for us. She actually cares. So that's the thing. And even though she does actually care about our thoughts and feelings on getting a phone, she also really wants us to get a phone. Not because she wants to be controlling of us, not because she wants to harm us in some way, but because she just wants to be able to talk to us, because she values being able to talk to us. So she's doing something out of concern for us and out of just, wanting to see and talk to us more. So all in all, I would say that's good, and this is something to be appreciative of. Want to rest at MacD's? Is that like short for McDonald's? MacD's, you want me to go fast? Yep, fast food chain that's full of DQNs. That would be even worse than this place. I furiously shook my head. Okay, I'll try to pick one out for you as fast as I can then. I'm having trouble deciding though. I sighed and decided to leave her behind so I could go home. She was staring intently at the rows of cell phones, which gave me an opportunity to slip away. I started to walk toward the 107. When I saw something startling, and I came to a stop. What was that? By the way, we just sort of like ditched our sister. That's kind of rude. On the other side of the building, a huge crowd on the steps. Once there was a girl who stood out from the rest. Okay. She was holding a sword? Is it the girl from the concert again? Its colors and the way it looked remind me of the nightstand that Fez had been holding during the concert. It was probably from the same product line, I assumed. It was sure a big sword, though. Might have been even longer than the one Fez had been holding. The girl with the sword was, surprisingly, wearing a Sume uniform. From the distance, I couldn't make out her face, even though she was holding something so huge and attention-grabbing. She was standing there calmly as she looked down at the people. Is she in this picture? I don't see her. It must have taken a ton of courage to do that. I was really impressed, seriously. Carrying a huge toy sword like that in the middle of Shibuya. Wasn't that incredibly embarrassing? Are we going to see a person get cleaved in half? Like, oh, it's not a toy. That sword was probably an accessory, some new anime cosplay. I would actually do anime cosplays. I'd be like, here's a gun blade. And everyone's sort of like, why did you bring a 20-foot long sword? I'm like, I don't know. It's made of cardboard, but it's so heavy. Of course, I kept an eye on all the new animes that's coming out. Was there anything like a sword like that this season I had missed it? There was no way I would ever be able to carry something like that through the middle of Shibuya. But it was a really sweet sword. I kind of wanted one. I wondered if they were selling them in Akihabara. Maybe online. Heck, maybe if we had a sword that was also a cell phone, we'd buy a fucking cell phone. Oh, our sister found us. Brother! I suddenly took a heavy elbow to the back. I almost scrubbed to the ground in pain. I turned around and see Nanami looking at me, arms crossed in anger. Yeah, we did kind of ditch you. Were you trying to run away? Sure, maybe I was taking a little too long to choose a phone for you. But that doesn't mean it's okay. Just up and leave. I mean, does it? Maybe. At this point I just want to tease her though. I shook my head, or tried to anyway. Brother, you jerk, I hope you suck up too much radiation from your phone and it kills your kidneys and you die. What was she talking about? I feel like an idiot for trying so hard to find the right phone for you. I'll just decide right now then. You can just have the same phone I do. But won't we mix up our phones? And I will say this, she is right to feel a little upset. One, not only do we ditch her, but here's the thing, she's trying to do all this for us, and we are not showing any appreciation. Like we are not being grateful at all for what she is trying to do for us. And people want to feel like, you know, they are appreciated for their efforts, and she does not feel appreciated. So, yeah, she's normal to be upset at that. I think that's very justified. She grabbed me by the arm hard. You're signing the contract for today, okay? Until it's done, I'm not letting you get away. Fine, just let me go. I can't write if you're holding my arm. Good, come on. I had no idea why this was such a big deal. She really was an annoying little sister. In the end, all that time she'd spent picking a phone was totally wasted, as she just ended up getting me the same one she had. After an hour or so of signing contracts and filling out paperwork, I tried to take my phone and go, but Nanami stopped me. Let's go to MacD's. I'll get your phone set up for you. Thank you. It's actually a bit of a pain to do that. She ignored my protestations and grabbed me by the collar, dragging me to the nearest MacD's. I just know you're planning to take it home and throw it in a drawer without even turning it on. So I'll make sure you can actually use it. Damn it, she was really determined to make me miserable. Why did it have to be at MacD's? MacD's in Shibuya is hell. There would always be too many people and it would be incredibly loud, with a DQN ratio off the charts. A group of 3 DQN-looking brown-haired mothers and their kids were sitting at the table next to me. Their kids, and all 3 were little brats with red streaks dyed in their hair, were running around the store screaming. Their mothers were simply ignoring them. At another table, 4 DQN-looking teenage boys were laughing loudly in their obnoxious voices. 2 high school girls in loose socks were sitting across from each other, both staring at their phones. They weren't talking. Next to them, a middle-aged salaryman was lying head down on a table snoring. He was clearly skipping work. A table a little further away was even stranger. A group of 5 boys and girls in elementary school had set their backpacks on the ground and were dangling their legs as they happily chatted with one another. Group date? You're in elementary school and you're on a group date. It was people I wanted nothing to do with, as far as the eye could see. It was amazing that Anonymous could feel at home here. The sheer number of people were making my head hurt, and I felt like I was going to vomit. Why did I have to be here with my sister at MacD's anyway? Hey, what do you want for your ringtone? Any suggestions? She wasn't even looking at me, just playing with my phone. An anime song? No way. Why not?
そんなだからお兄はオタクさんなんだよ。
You're such an otaku, brother. You're the one who asked me. It's my phone anyway. Let me put the way I want.
あ、そうだ。大村彼らの新曲にしたら？あれすっごくいい曲だよ。最近のナナのお気に入り。
Oh, I know. Why not the new song from Karara Omara? It's a great song. It's my favorite lately.
それこそ
No way.
うん、まあ、お
I
兄に
guess
大村彼らは似合わないか。
song isn't really right for you anyways, haha. She cruelly insulted her older brother as she bit into a french fry. She'd ordered a fish sandwich combo even though we hadn't had dinner yet. I had to pay too. For my part, I felt too sick to even consider eating. It wasn't fair.
あ、そうそう。それと
Oh,
ね。
and for some reason she pulled her bag up to her lap and began to look through it.
うーん。
Okay, here we go.
あったあった。
And then she took out
ゲロカエルの
a defective Jiro Froggy.
不良品じゃないよ。
It's not
先週
defective.
出た
It's
ヨ
the
ロリゲロ
new
カエル。
bug-eyed Jiro Froggy. It just came out last week.
は
知らないんだ。
You don't know about it?
くれてるな
Wow.
お兄
You
は
are behind the times.
ゲロカエルンって毎週
New
金
versions
曜
of
日に
Jiro
新作が
Froggy
発売
come
され
out
てるんだよ。
every Friday.
もう全部で12種
There
類
are
ぐらいあ
already
るんだから。
12 types. Really? Was there enough demand for a new one every week?
ナナが携帯につけて
The
るの
one
は
on my phone
最初に
is
出
the
た
first
普通の
version,
ゲロカエル
a
ンでしょ。
normal Jiro Froggy.
で、次
The
が
next
デブッチョ
was
ゲロカエルン
Fat
で、
Jiro
そ
Froggy.
の次が
Then
カクカクゲロカエル
Lucky
ン。
Jiro Froggy. She quickly ran off the names of all the various Jiro
第
Froggies.
4弾がのっぺらゲ
Number
ロカエ
4
ルン
was
で、
No Face Jiro
第5弾
Froggy.
が
The
輝
fifth
く
was
ゲロカエルン。
Radiant Jiro Froggy.
第6弾が
The
一番
sixth
人気があって
was the most
猫ゲロ
popular
カエルンっていう
Kitty Jiro Froggy.
その後が
Then
幽
there
霊ゲロ
was
カエルン
Ghost Jiro Froggy,
眠るゲロカエルン
Sleepy Jiro Froggy,
燃える
Burning
ゲロ
Jiro
カエルン
Froggy,
ゾンビゲロカエルン
Zombie Jiro Froggy,
酔っ払
Drunk
いゲロ
Jiro
カエルン
Froggy. Wow, had she memorized them all? Wait a second. Did that mean
お前
do you
コンプリート
have
して
the
るの
complete set?
もちろんだよ
Of course.
全部
You
集め
have
な
to
きゃ
get
意
the
味な
full
いの
set or it doesn't
毎
count.
週
People
買う
line
行
up
列ができ
to
るんだ
buy
よ
the
ね
new ones every week. You could say that you're a froggy otaku. Didn't we play a horror game where there was a froggy otaku not too long ago? For this lazy, sloppily made product, to be honest, I could probably have come up with a better design. Why had she started giving me a lecture about Jiro Froggy anyway?
というわけで
So here's
この
your
ギョロリゲロカエ
bug-eyed
ルン
Jiro
あげ
Froggy.
る
Well, thank you.
No.
I can't say it's
Nande?
something I would have picked out on my own, but thank you for the gift. I appreciate it.
このストラップを携帯につければ
If you put this
少し
strap
は
on your
年
phone,
から
you might
お
actually
女っ
impress
て
a
いう目
girl
で
for
見ても
once.
らえるから
Okay, now you're just lying to me. It's not very nice. She began to attach to my phone, despite my obvious
コ
disdain.
ンプしなきゃ
I
意味ない
thought
ん
you
だろ
had the complete set.
僕がそれも
If
ら
I
ったら
take that
お
one,
前
you won't have them all.
心配しなくても
You don't
大
need
丈
to
夫
worry about me.
2つ買った
I
よ
bought two.
毎回2つ買ってるのか
You buy two every week? I was really starting to worry about her sense of
今
taste.
回だけだよ
Just this
お
time,
兄の
I
携
bought
帯
an
用
extra
に
for
余
your
分に買
phone.
ったの
Again, it's not something I would have picked, but thank you. You bought it with the sincere hope that I would like it, and you bought it because it's something you like, and you sincerely think I would like it too, and it's an expression of your affection for your brother. Thank you. I appreciate it. It looks dumb, but thank you, I still appreciate it.
わざわざ
You went to all that trouble.
わざわざ
I went to all that trouble. She finished attaching the strap and nodded, satisfied before taking a sip of her drink. But then suddenly she gasped and leaned toward me.
別に並んだ
I
の
didn't stand
は
in
お兄
line
のた
for
め
you.
じゃないよあくまでついで
I was going to buy one anyway.
いらない
No thanks.
は
Huh? Nanami leaned forward with eyes eyes. She looked ready to leap across the table at me.
あいらないってナナがわざわざ買ってきてあげた
You
の
don't want it, even though I went to all the trouble to get it for you? What do you mean? You said you didn't even care, but again, you're like, this is sort of like a little tease back and forth. Like, it's like, oh no, it's not that big a deal. Like, it's like everyone, guys, you're taking it too seriously. Like,
ついでだったん
you
だ
were going to buy one anyway, right?
っていうか僕ゲロカエルンとか
I don't care about
興
Joe
味ない
Frog
し
anyway. It's creepy.
むしろ
だからお兄は女子に
This is why girls don't like you, brother. I thought she was going to slap me, but instead, she calmly sat down and began to nibble on her fries.
でも
But
抵抗しても
it's no
無駄だ
use
から
resisting,
ね
okay? I
ヨロ
already
リ
stuck
ゲ
it
ロ
on
カエ
your
ルン
phone.
の
It was like she thought she was in control here. Well, I guess she was. Hate to admit it, but she knew way more about
も
phones.
し勝手に外した
If
ら
you take it off,
毎
I'm
週
going to
並
punish
ん
you
でも
by
らうの
making you
刑
line
だ
up
から
with
ね
me.
並ぶ
Line up? Where?
何に
決まってんじゃん
Where else? In the
新
line
作
to
ゲ
buy
ー
the
ム
new
会議を
Jiro
買うための
Froggy.
行
It's
列
usually about
二
2
時間待
hours.
ちとか普通だから
Insane. Why did I have to be threatened by my own little sister? She kept fiddling with my phone for a while after that. It kept her quiet, so I preferred it this way.
なんだか変な気
It
分
feels
だ
kind
な
of weird. The next time she spoke, her bad mood had disappeared. Maybe she was the type who didn't need to sleep on something unpleasant to forget about it. She could forget it after just a few minutes. What an easygoing personality she had. In a way, I was jealous.
うん
Yeah,
なんか変だよ
it is weird.
お兄
What?
とこうして二人で
It feels like it's been forever since the
久
two of
し
us
ぶり
went
な気が
anywhere.
するもん
Probably.
いつ以来かな
I wonder how long it's been. I can't remember.
お兄はいつも部屋にこもってアニメ見てるかゲームしてるかだもんね
You're always up in your room, locked up, watching anime or playing video games. I mean, there's nowhere else to go or anything to do.
まあたまにはこういうのもいいかな
Well, maybe it's not too bad to do this once in a while. It's a nice change of pace. Yeah, it's nice to spend time with you. I hate everyone else and everything else, but yeah, it's nice to chill with you.
さすがに毎日はなん
I mean, I hate to do
嫌
it
だ
every
けど
day, though. I mean, yeah, that'd probably be tiring. I would need like 7 extra naps. If you... It's going to take you an hour to finish that fish sandwich. Yes, it is cute. Burger! Like everyone's a fish, I know. But it wouldn't sound cool if I guess fish. Burger sounds cooler. Yes, there's a bunch of anime pictures of just anime girl eating a cheeseburger or pizza or something like that. It's silly. The idea. I think it's cute, okay? Also, I like her purple eyes. Nanami put the phone on the table and picked up her fish sandwich. She happily took off the wrapper and bit it. I suddenly remembered her saying that she liked the fish sandwiches here.
せいぜい太るがいいさ
I hope you get fat. She suddenly froze. Did I say it out loud? Did she read my mind? Are you reading my mind? Is there somebody behind me? Was there a razor blade inside the fish? Did someone shoot you in the head with a gun? Or is there gonna be like a sword impaling through the back of the seat, through your stomach, and then into the fish sandwich? Did you accidentally eat the Jiro Froggy? Did it jump into your fish sandwich? Is the person with the sword from earlier standing at the window, staring at us from outside? She was looking at me with hatred. I don't see it, but I feel like it's going to change in a second. She was looking at me with hatred in her eyes. I mean, maybe there was a tiny bit more darkness that happened into the shading, but we're not there yet. But and then after a moment's hesitation, she slowly offered me the half-eaten sandwich.
半分食べる
I'm confused. But you said she looked at me with hatred. Why was she angry? Was it like she was angry at herself because she was eating and I wasn't? And she was actually concerned about like, hey, he's gonna be hungry. I'm confused. I mean, if this is sincere, I mean, thank you. I mean, granted, I still paid for it, but still the fact that you were offering some of your sandwich is nice. I mean, I don't mind eating after you. I mean, but I feel confused. Like, I just not expecting this. What half?
もう手遅れだよ
It's too late.
うん
You're
そういうこと言うと
You need to learn that girls
女
won't
子に
like you
嫌
if
わ
you
れ
say
るって
things like that.
覚えとい
You're
た
so
方がいい
stupid,
よ
brother.
バカ鬼
Okay, so we did say the fat thing out loud. And then she ate the whole sandwich by herself. You greedy girl. After that, I was forced to listen to more of her boring stories. Pushed by the hand the phone over to me. By then, the sun set. That sucks. I hope that guy's not homeless forever. It had been a long, painful few hours. I was finally able to say goodbye and head home. Fall was in full swing, and the chill of the night breeze did wonders to calm my headaches and urge to vomit. Bringing a crowd for a long time always made my head hurt and made me want to throw up. I'll say this, it's nice to spend time with people that actually do enjoy spending time with you, but in general, I'll say this. There really are no people, and a lot of the people out there are legitimately just hateful. So at the end of the day, it's like, why should I worry about that? Okay, there aren't any people, and a lot of people you do talk to just are really hateful people, so it's like, fine. I just won't even, waste energy on other people for being just... they don't want me around. Okay, cool. I'll just do my own thing. I wish Nanami would... Whoa. Okay, not literally, but still. But yeah. Yeah, but still. Being in a crowd for a long time always made my head hurt and made me want to throw up. That's understandable, but I wish Nanami would die. Not literally die, but I felt that way towards some people. That's usually that, but it was usually if people were being malicious. She only cared about herself. She had absolutely no idea how much the weird thing she was doing was hurting me. I was sure of that. Well, I think she's aware of your social issues. I think she's trying to gradually ease you into it, so that you're better at it in the future. But yeah, I think she just wants to spend time with you, man. If I could have, I would have snapped the phone in half and thrown it in the nearest garbage can. It wasn't my money, for one thing. But if I did that, Nanami would come back with my parents in tow this time. And they just tell me to buy another one since the first one broke. I restrained my impulse to destroy the thing. Time to just go home and play some ESO. The stress had really been building up over the past few days. I think you might have an addiction, man. I play games and even I'm like, you're doing it really too excessive, man. You're being too excessive. I hope my peaceful daily life would come back soon. Another bizarre murder had taken place that night, the fourth new gen murder. I was playing ESO when Grim, as usual, came to tell me, "Is it our sister? Did our sister die?" It's probably our sister. Yo, Grim. You're late tonight. Whose eyes are the... What the fuck, man? For a moment, I couldn't believe my eyes. How did Grim know those words? My fingers were shaking on the keyboard. I didn't know what to say. It was all I could do to keep my eyes on the monitors, he typed. The fourth new gen murder happened. I've been watching the festival. Shibuya's going nuts, man. This one's the craziest of the lot. All the blood was drained from the victim's corpse. They found the body on the Inokashira Line's station toilets? What happened to the body is just messed up. All its skin turned... How? Super scary. I can't read this fast. The guy said... What was the last thing I couldn't get... Starting to believe the guys who say the cold is going on. No human could have done that. I bit my lip in the front of the... Here's the thing. After we look up the thing about what's in the news, how about we look up the other 30 fucking pictures that were sent to us to see if one of these pictures also shows this future thing. The pictures we received half a month ago. I bit my lip in front of the computer. I came close to imagining it in my mind, but I managed to shake off the delusion. I took a sip of my soda to calm myself down. Damn, that Grim. He was deliberately trying to ambush me. I knew it. Huh? No reaction? How do you know so much about it? You're talking like you actually saw it. Well, I did, basically. You still don't care, though, about New Gen. I'd rather spend my free time grinding in ESO. What for? What do we have left to get? We're max level. What are we gaining? Then reading up on the new. Then again, what we gain out of having a max level? That our app lightning fast, lightning hard, he grinds like no mortal can. Our inspiration to something. I didn't want to talk to you, Jen, so I tried to change the subject as soon as possible. Anyway, check this out. Okay. Well, I mean, it's sent by you. I should definitely check it out. I feel like I'm going to get trolled. Okay, come on. Who needs a definition for the word troll? How does anyone not know what that means? Last time this had happened, he trolled me. What it was said was a girl image. And it turned out, oh, right, the little silly drawing thing. I don't think he would pull that twice in a row. Something stupid he drawn. So essentially, possibly do the opposite this time. Wait, you seriously don't know? What? Don't know what? Are you actually that far behind everybody else? Been busy. Shut up. So what is it? What if I told you your beloved Saratan was involved? Really? Then I had to look at it. Browser crash. Well, it looked like some kind of auction site. Probably wasn't a mental browser crash or anything bad like that, right? I clicked on the link, a little excited. Taboo, adult auction, thank you, guest. Shortage of type B blood. What? What is this about? Money order, seller. What? What's the point of this? Okay. Yeah, I saw the date flyer, but why? How's this? Yeah, what does this have to do with? What? Why was that there? I'm so confused. I was suddenly met with what was clearly a girl image. I quickly looked back toward the left monitor and closed the browser. But what? I'd obviously only been on my monitor for 3 seconds. I got a solid look for less. But still. Okay, what'd that do, Sarah? The media reported the murder. I'm so confused. Okay. Music. Dying message in the image. Who's it? Yeah, it's probably the eyes thing. I mean, after all, we didn't acknowledge why Grimm said that, because Grimm shouldn't know that term. I didn't realize that stuff was real. Maybe Serial was just doing it for lulz. Hello, Mr. Nightheart. Did you freeze on me? I'd only gotten to see the picture for a second. But still. It's a game. This whole world's a game. Fictional game. The image of those red letters sloppily painted on the wall was burned in my... It was probably whose eyes are those, but I didn't get a chance to see it because that was not 3 seconds. That was like 3 milliseconds. I tried not to think about, but each of them came to mind as if accusing me. Why were those words? Why were those laid there? I knew those words well. I said that, yep. That's why Grimm said them. I said those words often. They were a question I would ask no one in particular. And Grimm had said them to me. That's why he said those words. Each of the words was common by itself, but no one else used them the way I did. Shogun. 4 a.m. Shibuya is a city that never sleeps. But at this hour, there were few people at the scramble crossing in front of them. I mean, let's be clear. Doesn't everyone do that? I mean, for example, even though I live on a 2nd floor and the doors into the house are locked and have alarms and all that stuff, my bedroom door is also locked with metal, iron dumbbells stacked in front of the door, and even another chair put in front of the door. That way, no one could possibly sneak in and open. Because, like I said, I got a headphone, covers my ears. Granted, I would still hear it, but still. That way, no one would be able to, open my door and come into my room while I'm playing a game or asleep. Everyone, that sounds a little paranoid. I'm like, kinda. But the main point is this. At least that way, there's no, I'll look behind me, make sure there's no one, just standing behind me watching me. But again, whose eyes are those? That's... Honestly, I think the game's making too big of a deal out of a normal thing. Everybody does that. But at this hour, there were few people at the scramble crossing in front of the station. Instead, the square was filled with taxis, there to ferry home drunks who couldn't wait for the first train. Most of the taxi drivers had their seats pulled back so they could nap. A few of them, though, took their jobs more seriously. They leaned forward on the wheel and watched the 107 building in Center Street. But tonight, they weren't watching for potential customers. They were watching with interest the cleaning crew that had appeared about half an hour earlier. How did they know it was cleaning crew? Because each of the men wore yellow armbands with the cleaning crew on it. Otherwise, no one would have ever associated them with the term. The men were wearing black suits, and the whole time they'd been there, they showed no signs of starting to clean anything. One of the men held a strange measuring device that looked like some kind of pendulum. The others were around him using it to take readings of some kind. They weren't staying in one place either. They were going all around a scramble crossing and taking measurements they would then write onto a piece of paper. Right now, they were directly under a traffic light, silently watching the pendulum device. It made a sound.
地点 L2 の8
You look like that one guy that was at my psychiatrist thing. Point L2 8062 Mega GE and new high score. 38 points higher than the last month, huh? Just what we thought. But no one in Shibuya that night was watching the cleaning crew that closely, though. As soon as a passenger climbed into a cab, its driver quickly forgot about the cleaners. And most of the drunks had already passed out and were in no position to look at what was going on around them. The cabaret girls and prostitutes, finally free of the stress that came with smiling at nasty drunks for hours, were getting into taxis to quickly return home. And so no one realized that the government had not announced any plans to clean Scramble Crossing that night. Even after the last weekend of the fervor, the vampire showed no signs of slowing down. The corpse of a man drained completely by his skin turned a sickly and human green. It was found in the toilet on Shibuya in a lane. Not only that, a photo of the corpse was put online. Auction site about the same title the corpse was found. The bizarre, cruel nature of the murder meant the media and Achan were sure to leap on it. The message on the auction site attracted a lot of attention. There was a shortage of type B blood. Large numbers of tissue packets advertising donations with the exact been handed on Shibuya. I had a packet of them with me right now. Thinking back, the strange text wasn't an ad for blood donation at all. It was an announcement predicting the next murder. The cops were looking for the part-timers that had been handing them out, but nobody could find much of anything in the way of clues. There was something very different about the vampire compared to the other previous cases. There had been signs of it during the crucified case, but this latest murder really felt like a theatrical crime. I don't know, the others felt like it was pretty showy too. A spectacle meant for public consumption. I kind of felt the others as well. Some pundits were suggesting things like bringing more costs to Shibuya or establishing curfew for everyone under a certain age, but then the number of young people visiting the city showed no sense. Going down Scramble Crossing the center street were as packed as ever. The net was in an uproar. Several snakes or internet detectives were going around Shibuya giving their live reports of what they saw, and a popular new phrase was spreading among the youth of the city. Whose eyes are those? Great! That's totally not going to help with me anything. It was spreading not just online, but among decubans who walked around the streets of Shibuya. On Achan, people were putting the phrase at the end of messages that had nothing to do with New Gen. This week's Blood Tune didn't have enough Saratan. Whose eyes are those? The new weapons they added in the latest patch are kind of shit. Whose eyes are those? What kind of whose eyes are those is that? What, like that? New Gen was nothing but a source of fun for the youth, but to me, it was an absolute nightmare. That said, 3 days after Vampire Incident, I had started to calm down. Of course, it was still in the back of my mind, but a solid weekend of VSO helped me forget all the awful, unexplainable things. What are you even doing in the game at this point? Today was a school day, and I'd even managed to make it through the day's classes by sleeping or thinking about Mia's rare ESO items. I'd grown up a little. And so, like always, I headed to the At Cafe after school ended. I was happy to see that my designated spot, room 37, was open. It had been 2 weeks since the last time I'd come here. It was the first time I'd been there since a long gap. The musty smell of the breeze coming from the air conditioner, the stench of the cigarette smoke clinging to the manga, the pleasant feeling of the reclining seats, and the silence punctuated by the snoring of the middle-aged men. It felt so good to be back. You know, now that we're back, is it possible for us to find out whether or not we actually were Shogun? Here's the thing. This is the first time that we are aware of being here in 2 weeks. How about we check our chat logs to see, if we've actually been here the past 2 weeks and just not known about it.
ルーム37の PC のチャットログを調べさせてもらいました。
Yeah. We still need to look at the other 30 fucking pictures that Shogun sent us. Are we gonna do it now? I looked at the chat log in the PC room too.
そこから分かったことは、
And what I learned was
あなた一人の自作
this
自
whole
演。
thing was an act you put on.
将軍は
Shogun is
あなた自身。
you. I hadn't seen Yua since then. We were in different grades, and I didn't go to school that often in the first place. So of course we wouldn't run each other that often.
ユアの
But
妄想はすごいよ。
Yua's delusions were crazy. We should check. I felt so bad for her. She must have a terrible mental disorder. It was best to just ignore people like that. Things with Yua had been a disaster from the start. For the past 2 weeks, I'd been dragged into one mess after another. Until then, my life had been incredibly peaceful. The only person who tried to talk to me was Masumi. Why was all this bizarre stuff happening to me lately? Whose eyes are those? I didn't even want to think about any of it. That dying message was just a coincidence, I decided. I mean, they were all really common words. If somebody with a brain like mine could come up with them, anybody could. I didn't care whose message was meant to reach. Not that... No, that wasn't it. I couldn't let myself care. Thanks to the heart attack. So I heard noise. I shrouded in the lying seat, shocked. It was the sound of a phone ring. But whose? Is it mine? The place was silent, so the ringing sounded clear. I looked around, but I couldn't even see a phone.
もし
Oh,
かし
could it
て
be? I suddenly had an idea and looked inside my bag. Just like I thought, it was my phone. The phone I bought several days ago. Trembling, I looked at the screen. Phones were supposed to show the number whoever was calling you, right? Incoming call. How? That is not a number! I didn't really talk to people. What kind of phone? Is that what a Japanese phone number looks like? Who was calling me anyway? Why do we not have a better fucking, what's it called? Wallpaper? I didn't give this number to anybody. The only ones who knew it were Naomi and the rest of the family. They put their names in contracts too, even though I hadn't asked her. That's probably like a telemarketer. Just ignore it. The number dialing me was, but it should say on there that it's telemarketer. Register my contacts. Should display the name instead, which meant it wasn't my family. So who could it be? The phone kept ringing. Were people always this persistent when they called your cell phone? I'd never used one before. How was everyone else in this fucking place not getting pissed off at me for the phone ringing? So I didn't know for sure, but it was really annoying. They were just barging in my private space and ringing my phone until I answered. That was a violation of my privacy, wasn't it? That's why I never wanted a phone to begin with. Oh, it stopped. Relieved, I looked at the phone's liquid crystal green. One missed call, it read. I didn't know who called, but it certainly didn't feel like calling back, so I decided to just ignore it. I should learn how to set up a voicemail so this thing doesn't happen again. Cell phones are such a pain. I didn't like phones anyway. Don't they normally just come with voicemails? Isn't that like default? I mean, they were really weird. How was anyone ever sure the person they were talking to was really who they said they were? There were a lot of phone scams out there, right? Did people just not bother to check? I just couldn't understand how somebody could talk to someone else when they weren't even sure they were real. I understood the physics principles that let you talk to somebody far away via phone, but I still found it hard to believe. When you talked on the phone, your voice was turned into an electronic signal. The signal was then transmitted down a wire the person on the other end, and then turned back into a voice so they could hear it. In other words, if you wanted to talk to somebody on the phone, your voice needed to be transformed a minimum of 2 times. For a cell phone, first the electrical signals created from your voice were sent to a nearby cell tower, then transferred to the switching center via normal telephone lines. From there, they were sent to the tower nearest the person you were talking to, and then sent via electromagnetic waves to their cell phone, was an incredibly complicated and bizarre process. If my voice was being transformed into electrical signals, could the person I was talking to really hear every single thing I was saying, exactly the way I said it? Wasn't there a chance that a processing turning into something electrical signal that could end up turning into something else altogether? For instance, say I called Nanami instead of my voice being sent directly to her, it was sent to some weird building somewhere, and there somebody I'd never met could pretend to be Nanami. Maybe I wasn't even talking to a person. I could be talking to a computer. Isn't this like half of the creepypasta technology stories? That's why talking on the phone was so scary to me. It was scarier than ever talking to person. I liked it so as Liz Lote. Isn't that also the name of one of the characters from the Pocket Mirror game? 3 hours passed quickly. It had been 2 weeks since I had logged into Liz Lote, but today I was able to do a great job with the character and was really satisfied. I left home in a great mood. Center Street was loud and obnoxious as ever. I always hated it. And thanks to all the store lights, it was so bright that I didn't feel like nighttime at all. At the end of the well-lit street, I saw someone in the crowd and recognized them instantly. I froze. The girl was... Hey, you're that person from the school, and you're probably that person I saw with the giant-ass sword. That sword looks cool, but... what's the purpose of the... But still, it's cool. Staring at me intently and ignoring the huge crowds around her. In the middle of the center street, where it's hard to even walk, straight among the endless streams of people, she was standing stock still, holding a huge sword on her shoulder. Looks cool. It was a bizarre scene, but nobody seemed to notice her sword. They parted around her like water in a stream breaking against a rock, moving by without the slightest change in expression. It was the girl I'd seen at 107 building. She'd been there when I went to buy a phone with Nanami. The shape of the sword and Sume's uniform, long black hair, it all matched up. This was the girl who'd been watching the crowds from up the stairs at 107, and I remember something else when I saw the intensity of her eyes as she looked at me. I'd seen her once at school, too. Long, shiny black hair. That's black? It's like purple. But okay. I like it, though. Same as her eyes. But, yeah. Down to her waist. Oval eyes. A pretty but intimidating face. Yeah, she is cute. Then again, it's anime. Why wouldn't you just make everyone cute? It was girl B, the one who rudely asked, "Who are you?" in the hallway after school last week. Why was she glaring at me anyway? I turned around to see if anyone was there, just in case I was being self-conscious. I thought maybe there would be someone she knew behind me, but there wasn't. She was looking at me with something that bordered on outright hostility in her eyes. Yeah, it was me she was after. So yeah, everyone hates me. We got it. I flinched. This must be how a frog feels when a snake is bearing down on it. There was no way I could glare back. It was hard for me to even meet her gaze. But she has a fucking sword. I had no choice but to look down. I should run away, I thought. Usually I'd take a left at the intersection where she was standing, and head across the book fat, but today I'd go around the front of the station. There were a lot of people there, but it was still better than dealing with some crazy, scary girl. She might even be trying to mug me. It looked like Girl B was alone, but it was possible that she had a bunch of DQ buddies lying in wait. They were trying to lure me out and beat me up. Well, I wasn't going to fall for it. I turned around and couldn't believe what I saw.
Oh.
Why do you have Shunpo? Why do you have Flash Step? Fucking instant transmission. Huh? For some reason, Girl B was there. I quickly turned around and looked at the intersection where she'd been standing, and she wasn't there. I looked ahead of me, and she was still there, holding her sword and glaring at me. When did she get in front of me? Nobody could be that fast. She practically had to teleport. How was she able to tell I'd turn around anyway? Oi. Hey. Her voice was shockingly clear. I desperately looked around and wanted to believe that she was talking to someone else. I searched as hard as I could for that someone else she might have been addressed when she said, "Hey." But of course, there wasn't anyone. The only people nearby was a group of salarymen. They looked towards her for a moment, but quickly realized she wasn't talking to them and kept moving. Suddenly, she took a step toward me. That was all I needed to be fully sure. Girl B was after me.
お前見えるのか
Can you see it? You're a giant-ass fucking sword that I guess must be invisible to everyone else. Yes. Yes, I can. I was terrified. No girl in my 17 years had ever been aggressive toward me. Tsubaki Kuri, Kuramiya, known as Sunko, could really mean when she was in a tsundere mood. But not even she was as bad. Yes, I am a tsundere. Lunar D8 the tsundere. Also, she was a 2D character from an H game called Thermidor. Even as my brain was thinking about the tsundere H games, wow, we are not good at staying focused. Also, is that really balanced in terms of weight? That has to be very awkward to wield. Girl B was still getting closer. She was a girl, how could she be this intense and scary? I thought it was strange, but the reason was actually quite simple. The intensity of her eyes, that, and the huge sword she was carrying. I mean, to be fair, I like girls with swords. I like swords and stuff. I'm a nerd, okay? I had an extremely unusual shape for a sword. In an anime, it would have looked really cool, but if you tried to use it in the real world, it would probably be completely useless. It had to be from a mecha anime or something, probably. Were there any new mecha anime lately? So I don't know why people have supernatural powers in this world, and why I'm the only one able to notice the supernatural powers. I knew it was cosplay prop, but it looked so sharp, so strong, like the slightest touch could take your finger clean off. It was such a strange weapon. Yes, I'm distracted by looking at it more. I asked if you could see it. Girl B was within 2 meters of me. As she swung that sword, it was sure to reach me. I quickly took a step back, but it was too late. She got even closer. Am I dead? And then she really swung it. I crouched to the ground with my head in my hands. That is not how you stop a sword from killing you. Granted, we don't have anything. If I had... Okay, did we actually dodge out of the way? Okay. Congratulations. You have succeeded in the Hercule class of dodging attacks. Like all the times Hercule was dodging Kid Buu. If I hadn't dodged, it would have hit me right in the head. It probably wouldn't have actually cut me, but with that speed, it could have given me a concussion or caved my skull in. Please don't hurt me. What are you doing? I was so freaked out that I barely speak. Girl B was looking down at me coldly. There was something wrong with her. The way she was swinging around a sword in a crowd. It does look cool, though. The sword does look cool. Was she a serial killer? Maybe she was the new gen killer. Or working with the demon girl. Please don't hurt me. Don't kill me. I was shaking. I was about to piss my pants with fear. I mean, yeah, it's a big-ass fucking sword. What's gotten into you? You attempted to murder me? But you swung a really big fucking sword? And then you tried to, cleave me? With your two-handed sword skill? You're only using one hand? Just asked you could see it. What was she talking about? If I couldn't see it, would she kill me? I couldn't answer if she would tell me what I was supposed to be seeing. Calm down a little. I'll ask again. This sword. The D-Sword. Can you see it? Huh? The D-Sword? I'd never heard that word. Dimensional sword? She had to be talking about the sword she was holding. I sighed and nodded. Of course I could see it. How could I not? It was huge, and she was holding it in the middle of the center of the street. I mean, maybe in Akihabara I wouldn't have noticed it, but Shibuya wasn't an anime town. I see. So you were gathered here too. Gathered? Who was gathered and by who? I was here of my own free will. I've always lived here. If anything, I'm the one gathering you, I guess, with my supernatural otaku powers. Everyone's like, your joke is terrible. I get it. Have you seen an error? Please to speak Japanese. Thanks. What was I supposed to say? But I didn't have the courage. If I said the wrong thing, she'd probably have to stab me. I didn't have any idea what she was talking about. If you see one, tell me. She turned away after she said that. Her skirt flew up as she turned, and I almost saw her panties. I quickly closed my eyes. I'm Sena Oi. I'm a third-year student. I'll be at the train car in front of Hachiko. For someone who plays a bunch of H games, we're being very easily embarrassed by real world things. I opened my eyes, and the girl who'd called herself Senna was no longer there. I stood there in complete confusion. It was only after I got back to the base that I hadn't understood a thing she single shot. Of all the weeks to have to go to school 3 times, what a depressing day. Is that our sister? Hey, I heard a strange cry a few meters away from me. It was so sudden my body jerked in surprise. I looked to the source of the noise and... Yeah, it's our sister. Why do you seem frumpy? Get... What? I don't... Why are you upset? Brother. Oh, were you the one who called? But it didn't even say your name. You're up... I'm so confused. Nanami ran over to Incredible Smith, tried to escape, but it was too late. She found me blocking me in. She'd always been really athletic. Hey, why did you try to run when you saw your little sister? Because you're obnoxious, obviously. Look, you got all quiet again. Really? Why did my sister decide to go to Sume Academy of all places? It was a huge pain from my perspective. Whenever I saw her at school, she'd come over and annoy me. Hey, how's the phone? Are you using it? You're not, are you? It's been a while since you got it, and you haven't called home once. I tried to walk fast to shake her off, but she followed me, refusing to give up. At least, call home and let them know you're alive. That's why we bought it for you. If you really don't want to, you can call my phone, I guess. Mom's really worried. Are you eating right? Anyway, you're just eating junk food in convenience store, aren't you? You're not cut out for living on your own. Come home. Do you understand how it feels for me to watch you live like this? Well, I'm just living like a responsible adult. Why would I go somewhere? That's immature. I'm always really worried. Shut up, what is your problem? Are you my mom? And why do you have to talk like this in the middle of the street anyway? I'm already in a bad mood and you're just making it worse. It's incredibly embarrassing to have to go to school with your younger sister next to you. Sure, it happened a lot in H games. In fact, I loved it when they happened in H games. But Nanami, it wasn't nearly as good as you. Sigh, somebody give me a cute little sister. Dude! I don't want to have to make another joke comparing a video game to Ashley and Lily. Andy had like... Wow, I can't fucking talk. Nanami and I walked toward the school side by side, a bad mood simmering between us. I looked over her, hoping I could get a chance to escape before we reached school gate. She had somehow been mad a moment ago, but now she was quiet and seemed kind of out of it. Her eyes looked like they were drifting out of focus. Or was that my imagination? Did you not sleep well? Her footsteps were unsteady. Just as I realized something was wrong, she stepped out into the road. A car was coming right in front of her. We need to get her out. Hey, watch out. Did we catch her? Okay, good. I grabbed her and pulled her close. The fuck is wrong with you? Car drove past, its horn blaring. She narrowly avoided being run over. Okay, we're sitting down. Hey, what are you doing? You almost died. What? She seemed confused. Her eyes were blinking rapidly. Why did I just do that? I don't know. Did you not sleep well? You're not really reacting. Was she a total moron? Why didn't she know that what she had just done? It's clear this wasn't Moe at all. Not Moe in the slightest. But what? What are you doing? Are you trying to get run over by a car? Was there a car? Yes! You almost died! Like, you almost like passed out and walked in oncoming traffic. Are you okay? Of course there was. Was she going senile on me? Hey brother, do you hear that? The wind? And here's the thing, even if there wasn't a car, the fact that you basically started to pass out and walked into the street all of a sudden while being somewhat unconscious, that's still not good. What was she talking about? I hadn't heard anything at all.
その音聞いてたらね、なんだかぼんやりした感覚になって。
Heard the sound and started to feel kind of weird.
で、あ
And
そこに
over there, now you pointed the corner.
お父さんとお
I
母さ
saw
ん
mom
が
and
立って
dad
て、
standing
ナナを
there
呼んでたの。
and calling me. I looked where Nanami pointed. It wasn't my parents there, just some creepy guy. He wore a checkered shirt, fingerless gloves, jeans with legs rolled up, white sneakers, backpack he also wore stuffed full. He looked like any otaku you'd see in Akihabara. And he even had a video camera in his hands. Maybe some kind of peeping Tom? Hey, don't point at people. What a rude little sister she was. Well, I thought we were talking about the guy. No, I mean, why would our parents be there anyway? Our home was she got like hypnotized with like psychic powers? Shimo Kitazawa?
おかしいな。
That's weird. I know I heard him
確か
calling
に
me.
呼ばれたのに。
The man looked at us. He was pointing his camera at me and Nanami. What? Yeah, what was his... Yeah, why are you pointing a camera at us?
行くぞ、ナナミ。
Let's go, Nanami. I got scared and ran away, leaving my sister behind. Why did we abandon... She literally almost died! Brother, wait for me. I managed to ignore Nanami until we got to school, then headed down the bustling hall toward my own class. While I walked down the hall, I always walked on the side. I'd always made sure to go at a proper speed, not too fast, not too slow. I'd make sure to keep my head down so I didn't meet anybody's gaze. These are my 3 rules. I mean, that's just common sense. That's called that's just, that's how life is. Not doing that leads to problems. I need to be like the air, invisible. If I didn't want to stand out, that was a way of surviving this world. I mean, yeah, it's called staying alive. Yo, Taku. Once again, however, someone appeared to make things doing so impossible. Mizumi ran up from behind. As always, gave me a too friendly slap on the shoulder. Morning! At least say hello. Well, I know that's not really your thing, I guess. Hey, I told you about that girl in Class D, right? The one who's really hot, but never comes to school? Is she... Her name's Ayase Kishimoto. I wonder if she's the girl with the pink hair I saw crucify a dude. And I made a huge discovery about her. He suddenly lowered his voice and looked around to make sure nobody was listening. He was probably about to say something dirty again. I felt vaguely sick and was ready to let out a huge sigh. You know Fess, right? Oh, she's Fess. But when I heard what he said, I gasped. This Kishimoto girl is actually Fess. I couldn't believe it. Fess is a student at our school. And she's in our grade too. For some reason, he decided to lean out a nearby window and look up at the sky with an expression of joy. This must be fate, right? We were on the 3rd floor. If he slipped and fell, he'd snap his neck and die. I felt tense I understand that too. I mean, I see people lean over, so I'm like, please don't. I don't want you to fall. My reflexes fucking suck. If you go to fall, I probably won't catch you in time. I'll try, but then I'll just feel terrible. He leaned forward even further and looked down at the entrance. Don't fucking fall! Oh, great. Timing, Taku. I found... She's coming here now. Huh? That's a crazy coincidence. Maybe there was some kind of fated connection between them. Like you said, not that I cared. Okay, I'm gonna go to ambush her. Watch, Taku. I'll show you my pickup techniques. There was a note of total confidence in his voice. It must be nice to be attractive. Understandable. Picking up girls was a foreign world to me. Not that it was one that I had an interest in. Oh well, you get used to being alone. A minute or so later, Fess, her real name was Ayase Kishimoto, right, appeared. Misumi was right. It was clearly her. I stood back a good distance and looked at her carefully. It was a shock to see that she was the same age as me. Fess was wearing a Sumi uniform and walking slowly with a lock of Inuai on her face. She looked like a completely different person in the way she had been on stage. When she was singing, there had been a sense of power and emotion in her voice, even when she was speaking softly. But now she just kind of looked sad and unapproachable. Misumi must have seen it and decided to deliberately ignore it, because he walked right up to her side with the same overly friendly attitude he always used with me.
よ、岸本さん。
Hey, Kishimoto. Good morning. Wow, what a brilliant but completely fake smile. How could you act that way with somebody you'd never met before? He was an inspiration, an idol, but not someone I wanted to copy, not in the slightest.
俺、三角大輔。
Hi, I'm Daisuke Misumi. Nice to
お
meet
っ
you.
と、
Oh,
初対面とか
you
思って
think
た
it's our first time meeting, right?
でも違うんだ
But
な、こ
it's
れが。
not.
俺さ、
I
こ
went
の
to the
間、
Phantasm
ファンタズ
concert
ムの
the
ライ
other
ブ行ったんだ
day.
よね
You。see? So, we've actually met once before.
君にで、
And
そ
you
の
know,
時君の歌声に、
the way you were singing then,
なんつ
it was just like awesome, you know?
ビビッ別に俺、
I
ミー
mean,
ハーとかじゃねえ
I'm not a trend
聞かれ
chaser.
たのはさ、
The lyrics,
詩とか
and the fact
君
that
の
you're
可愛さと
cute,
か、そういう
that
と
was
ころもあ
part
る
of
け
it.
ど、
But what really amazed me
一番
was
す
just
げえ
how
って
good
思ったの
your
は、
band was.
あの音あっても
Like
君
it's
の
the
歌声
perfect
っ
match
つう
to
の
your vocals.
ちなみに俺も、
You
実
know,
はバン
I've
ド
been
やりたい
thinking.
なって思って
I
て
want to
さ、
start a band. Could you tell me how to find good
ああ
band
いうい
members?
いバンドメンバー
Or,
を見つ
like,
け
give
る
me
コツと
some
か、
band-related
バンドの先
advice?
輩と、あ、今すぐじゃ迷
Oh,
惑
I
だろう
know.
から、
You're probably busy now.
そうだ
You got time after school?
放課後
Want
と
to go
か暇
somewhere we can have a nice
ど
long
っかで
chat?
二人きりでじっくり話さない？
Misumi kept talking and talking. The way he spoke was different than usual, and his voice was louder and more cheerful. And he wasn't directly hitting on her either. He was talking about her band as an excuse to go out with her. I'd never heard anything about Misumi wanting to start a band. It had to be a lie. I understood now he wasn't just hoping the two of them had something in common. He was setting it up so that they would. But... Okay. Fess didn't even look at it. She walked right down the hallway as if she didn't hear anything at all.
な
Hello?
あ、
Are you
聞いてる？
listening? Fess suddenly stopped. She looked up ever so slightly and slowly and looked right at me. Huh? Me? I remembered how it felt like Fess was looking at me at the concert. Over the last 2 weeks, a lot of 3D girls had been staring at me. What was going on with that? Had I suddenly gotten really attractive? Ah, that'd be nice. I looked away, of course, so my gaze only met hers for a second.
見つけて早く
Find it. Quickly. The sword. Why, am I supposed to also have a sword? What, did you all have to find your swords? How? Where? Vess suddenly spoke. Her words were cold and soft. I couldn't tell if they were directed to me or Misumi.
ケン、
The sword.
そうすれば
Find it, and
君は
you'll be
救われる
saved. Vess looked down without waiting for an answer and began to walk once more. She went past us and into Class D's classroom. Both me and Misumi watched her go,
Nah.
confused.
Taku.
Hey, Taku! I could tell he was in a bad mood. Despite all his best efforts, Vess had completely ignored him. Having someone refuse to even acknowledge you exist must be pretty painful. Yeah, I mean it is. I was used to that, though. Yeah.
俺は
I've
ここ
never
ま
had my
でプライ
pride
ドを
just
ズタズタ
destroyed
にさ
like
れた
that.
のは初めてだ。
I know. It's unusual for you to have rejection. But hey, don't worry. No, Nishijo, Mume. I can't remember his name. But I'm an expert.
自信なくすぜ
You're ruining my self-confidence, damn it. Dude,
ちょっと有名人だから
she thinks she's
調子乗
special
りや
just
がっ
because
て
she's a little famous? Dude! Why are you upset? You had one girl say no to you. Why are you turning hateful over this?
あんな不愛想な女
Man, I'm never
も
talking
う
to a
二度
nice
と相手に
bitch
して
like
やる
that
もんか
again.
よ
Dude, excessive. This is... And it's not like she even said anything wrong to you. She just didn't respond to, you trying to pick her up. She didn't even say anything mean.
ああうぜえ
What a pain. Why do you
大体
care this much?
何が剣を見つけろだわけわかんね
What did she mean anyway, find the sword? Am I gonna get a sword? What's my sword gonna look like? Is it gonna be cool? The sword. Did she mean that thing at the concert? The one that looked like a mic stand? Come to think of it, just 2 days ago, someone else had asked me about a sword. That was 2 days ago? A girl named Sana. She was really scary. I thought she might actually kill me. The sword she'd been wielding was shaped differently, but it was similar to the one Fess had at the concert. Was there some kind of connection between the two? I didn't understand. There was far too much I didn't understand. So where do I get the sword from? Shogun, the demon girl, Yua, Fess, Senna, the swords. Like always, whenever I didn't understand something, I made a little list inside my head. I mean, yeah, that's normal. That's what you do. I thought about adding myself to the bottom list, but stopped. I was just fine. I'm the one making the list, so I'm automatically a part of all lists. That's how lists work. So everything else around me, that was weird. Yeah, I was just fine. Was Fess on my side, or was she my enemy? That's was all I needed to know. But I didn't have the courage to talk to her. We don't have time either. I mean, she's in class. Today I went to Anime 8 instead of going to that cafe. Why? To get my long-awaited blood-tuned Sarah post-awakening version figure. When I bought it, I saw an image of Yua's face. My mind for just a second, but I quickly shut down that line of thought. There was a serotonin display at the store, and the figure they had at the window showed every quality work, and I'd come to expect from its designer, Yoshio Kijimiya. Time to head home and stare at every inch of her body. All I had to do was be happy and play Iso and stare at Serotonin once in a while. I would still actually like to look at all the different anime figurines that Nishijo has. So, why were all these 3D people bringing all their problems to me? Why did this keep happening? As I forgot all about Fess and the swords, and was happily returning to the base. Okay, random people. I ran into a pair of men who looked out of place, just 50 meters or so from home. I tried to avert my gaze and avoid them, but one of them was clearly looking directly at me. Hey you, can we talk for a minute? The one who spoke to me at first was an unimpressive-looking middle-aged man, the kind you might see at a betting track. His hair was a mess, and he had stubble on his chin. His suit was tattered, and his necktie wasn't tied right. His leather shoes showed no sign of ever being cleaned, and he just looked like an overall loser. For some reason, he was waving a cheap 100-yen paper fan at himself, which only added to the impression that he was one of life's losers. He had a dopey look on his face, too, a really stupid-looking grin. But when I met his gaze for a second, I saw no traces of that stupid grin reflected in them. There was nowhere to run. As I stood there, unsure of whether or not to answer, the two of them walked over to me. It's kind of creepy. Just random people come up to us like, hey, guy, group of people, this actually makes sense that, I would make sense to actually expect these people might rob you. Here, this is my ID. Took out a black notebook with an ID flap. Showed to me it was a police notebook, like you see on to you. Okay, so at least we know you're not going to rob us, but, we did see, crucifixion thing. They'd finally come for me. There was only one reason I could think of, the crucified killer. Can we talk for a minute? Yeah, sure. Can we get a grab bite to eat, though? If you're going to talk to me, let's go to Dairy Queen. You can talk over ice cream. Of course. You don't have to if you don't want to. Oh, don't get so tense. Really, we just want to ask a few questions. Yeah, but can I get something to drink or something, like a Pepsi or a tea? There's no prep. We're just standing on the sidewalk here, man. Let's go to a restaurant or something, buddy. Oh, we can talk about this stuff. Also, is your friend going to introduce himself? There's absolutely, I assume he's your partner. No pressure in his voice, but the other detective with him, the younger one, had a stern look on his face and had quietly moved back to block the path. Can I get his name? I started to sweat. If I said the wrong thing here, they might think I was the killer and arrest me. Please no. I gave up on running and nodded very slightly. So, have you heard of the so-called... Okay, this is technically a rhetorical question because obviously there's no possible way in the world, even if I didn't have access to internet and was an antisocial hermit, I would have heard about the thing that everyone is talking about everywhere. So it's not that, it's a rhetorical question. It's not meant to be an answer. It's more so, it's an icebreaker of a conversation. It's And the question isn't meant to be taken seriously, it's meant as a segue to introduce a topic. In which case, I'm supposed to give an answer, but not an answer that's like really substantive. It's a rhetorical answer. Everyone's like, are you making a Team 4-star joke about Goku and Frieza? Yeah, it's a rhetorical answer. Everyone's like, it's like your jokes are just references to other references. I'm like, yeah. I knew it. I wiped the sweat off my brow and nodded. Then, of course, you know about the third case, right? Crucified? It happened nearby. We're looking for witnesses. Oh. Can I get your name? I think the normal thing, like here's the thing, in this situation, what would I say to the cops here? I'd be like, before I give you my name, officer, I have a major concern. Let's say hypothetically there was a witness to this murder. What if the witnesses don't want to talk to the cops because they don't want to get stabbed? They don't want to become one of the victims. Can you even guarantee that you can protect your own witnesses? At which point, whether they believe it or not, the cops at that point, it would be their job to try to reassure you, even if they're lying to you. Even if they still suspect you as a suspect, they just... But I don't know if that would count as manipulation. I don't think that counts as manipulation. I think that's just conversation at that point still. I think we're overthinking it. But the main thing is I would basically say, yeah, say hypothetically there was a witness. Can you protect said witnesses from the people doing these fucked up murders? Let's say if there is a witness, maybe they just don't want to get involved. And they're like, hey, if I just stay away from this, I don't have to deal with it because it's not fun. Oh, can I get your name? I gulped. Was this whole thing a Kume's trap? Maybe they were just pretending to be police, trying to get me to reveal my private information, so I could use it for something bad. Or maybe they were working with the demon girl. Oh, you don't want to answer. There was no way to be sure either way. What should I do? It's like, dear police officers, do you care that... It's like, I'm not the murderer, but I'm also an extremely paranoid person. I would say if I ever do have to talk to cops, I would hope that they would at least be patient enough with my social awkwardness. At the very minimum, I can say I've really not done anything illegal, or, well, I'm not a threat to anyone. I'm just really awkward and make terrible jokes. It's like, we're just going to reference Team 4-star 500 times. But yeah, that's pretty much what I would probably say in that situation. It's like, yeah, if there are witnesses, it's like, can you guarantee the witness is safe? It's like, I don't want to be crucified or like the next gen person. What should I do? If I give them a fake name, they might arrest me. Oh, you're worried about the protection of personal information. And do I look that sketchy? You do. The friendly way you're talking to me is just an act, right? I mean, there's a lot, like I said, there's people at airports or at Walmart that sell things to you, and they can be really, really pushy, and they try to scam you into buying things or signing up for things, and it's just... I don't know, I get annoyed at those people because they're being really pushy with something where they're trying to take advantage of you, or they're just trying to sell you on something. It's like, it's overbearing, and again, why does Walmart or the airport stuff allow people to do that shit? That friendly way you're talking to me is just an act, right? Takumi Nishijo. In the end, I couldn't come up with any brilliant plans to talk my way out of this, so I decided to just tell the truth. Takumi Nishijo. Is that right? I nodded. Really? Why are you glaring at me like that, man? I gave you my name. I still don't have anything to drink either. I want some tea. Maybe a donut. Huh? What the hell did that mean? I was nice enough to give you my real name. Why are you reacting like that? Yeah, excuse me. Forget that I said that. His laugh was a little too loud to be real. It echoed throughout the quiet street. I want to go home.
その制服
So, I see from your uniform that you're a student Sume. What year are you in? Do I have to tell him that too? Second. Sorry. I couldn't hear you. I'm getting old. My hearing's gone. I understand. I feel you there, man. I feel like I'm getting worse with my hearing too. Can I get you to say that again? Second year.
2年生ね
Second year. Got it. Thanks.
で
So,
日常
Nishijo, I want to ask
っての
you
は
where you
先月の
were
29
and what you were
日の
doing
午後6時
between
から
6 and
10
10
時頃
p.m.
に
on the
かけて
29th of last
どこ
month.
で
Was this one of those alibi things? Did they suspect I'd done it? No way.
あいや
No.
別に君を
We don't think you did it or anything. Just if you were in the area when the crime took place, we were wondering if you saw anybody suspicious or anything weird sounds like that.
何か音を
Things like that.
聞いたとか
I'm like,
ないかと思って
Officer, in the hypothetical scenario where someone did witness a brutal murder, maybe they don't want to be involved because, people died and, the witness kind of wants to not die. I feel like the serial killer would kind of take it personally. So how about I just go to Dairy Queen and not be involved in the murders? Things like that. The way he talked was starting to really make me mad. Maybe it was some kind of special technique he used to anger the people he was talking to. But I had seen someone suspicious. I had gotten a clear look at them. I wasn't sure if it was safe to tell him, though. What if I did and the demon girl came after me? For now, she seemed to be leaving me alone. But she had Shogun with her, and he could see the future. And it might be me, too, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. She must have all kinds of crazy powers herself. It was the only explanation. If I told the police about the demon girl, she might find out about it with her clairvoyant powers, and then she might come kill me. I mean, even if the person doesn't have clairvoyant powers, they're obviously already stalking me. Heck, they're probably watching us talk to the cops right now. Regardless of anything we possibly say, it won't really change their impact on things. We should at least, if we are going to talk to the cops about this, we should at least try to get some protection.
なあ西条
So, Nishijo,
今日は
is it that hot out today? Yes, it is. Can we go into some place with air conditioning and have something to drink? My pulse quickened. If I didn't answer, they were sure to think I was the criminal. But it felt like, if I said I hadn't seen anything, they'd see right through me. The man waved his fan at me. Cool air ruffled my hair. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. It's autumn now, not summer. It shouldn't be the... I know, right? It should be cooler now. I mean, it shouldn't be this fucking hot. My fucking back's all sweaty. It shouldn't be hot enough to make you sweat. Well, I guess everybody's different. Okay, dude. I know you're wearing like a suit, but you're sweating your ass off too, man. It was strange to hear that from a man who carried a fan around, but he was right. It wasn't that hot today. It was a pleasant temperature, if anything. I wiped my sweat from my brow with a sleeve.
僕はやっ
I
てない
didn't do it.
おお
Oh? His eyes changed. I knew I'd screwed up, but I didn't know how. I mean, technically, we already reacted to the statement. At this point, we should just be honest and be like, hey, yeah. Can you guys even, protect me if shit happens?
何をやっていないんだ
What didn't you do? The thing that you literally said the next gen murder on that day. How would I not know what day the crucifixion happened? It literally was part of the news article. It's not like I know some secret esoteric knowledge. It's like, oh, you happen to know the date of this major thing that happened in the city where you live, which is like the biggest thing. He suspected me. I had to tell him. I stared at the cover of the manhole near my feet as I yelled.
見たんです
I saw it. Why do we have to yell it, though? I mean, I understand we're having a bit of a panic attack. Okay, makes sense. We're having trouble breathing, so we're having to try to force extra air into our lungs. So we're having to yell a bit. I can understand that. I mean, I've had to do that too sometimes, where, if basically your body's overreacting to a stressful stimulus, to where, it's hard to get air into your lungs, so you start hyperventilating. And so you have to like try to be louder in order to actually, which you think that wouldn't work that way because it sounds counterintuitive. Like you're thinking, okay, if you're starting to not be able to breathe, then you'd be quieter at that point. But it's more so you're overcompensating for the lack of air, so you're forcing more air into your lungs, so it forces you to be louder. Though the problem is after a while with that, you start getting more lightheaded. Sometimes you wind up getting too much oxygen, and you have to like start breathing into a bag a little bit, to just sort of even out those levels. That way you don't fall over. I'm just saying, it's not pleasant to fall over, okay? I saw it. There was a girl at the scene of the crucified killer. Her hands were all bloody. She was in front of the body. There were all these stakes pounded into it. There had to be over 500. I don't know if there was that many, but still, holy shit. Again, how did how would anybody have put them? It could have been like fucking Mike Tyson with a sledgehammer. How would he have, no, you can't put metals into fucking concrete like that. And even then, it would take a really long time. And even then, that much going into the concrete, that many different angles, that would compromise the integrity of the concrete wall. The entire wall would have collapsed. There had to be a fight. It was crazy. The body looked like a porcupine. She looked at me and said, "I'm so glad," and she smiled. That girl is a demon. She's not even human. The new gen killer is something beyond human. She can see the future, and she has all these powers. Only then I realized the two detectives were looking at me with their mouths wide open in shock. Okay, their mouths are not open, but they are looking at me in a bit of a confused manner. That being said, guys, 1, I'm sorry I'm kind of mentally unwell. 2, obviously I have a little bit of PTSD over seeing, Sonic the Hedgehog in real life. But can we go to Dairy Queen now? I need an ice cream. Kind of lightheaded, so can I just sit here for a bit? Maybe they didn't believe me. I fell silent again. A demon, huh? I see. That's good. Solid evidence. And everyone's like, oh, what if the police chief won't believe you? Obviously, it's a demon's unrealistic. It's like, here's how the detective here would explain it to his boss. Yes, I understand, boss. He's describing the person who did the killing as something that's not human, and obviously we as real-world people in a police station refuse to believe in the supernatural. But it's a random fucking dude who saw a very traumatizing thing. I'm not saying I believe in demons, lieutenant, boss, man, captain, dude, but I'm saying that this person is having a bit of a mental breakdown, and this is how they are psychologically coping with the fact that they saw a person nailed to a goddamn wall. They are not emotionally coping with it well, and this is how they're describing the thing that was traumatic for them. Yes, the person's not literally a demon, captain, boss, man, police station dude, but we at least have someone who did distinctly see the person who did the killing. So even if they are freaking out over it because they're fucking scared, I mean, that's understandable. We can't blame him, so we can't call him a fucking pussy for being overreacted to this person died. Like, I'm not a person in the fucking military or the police myself. Why? Like, am I supposed to be stoic about this shit? I'm allowed to fucking freak out over the fucking person porcupine to a wall. So, I mean, it's not like it's really solid evidence that... Because, I mean, again, you just have my word. Like, okay, yeah, here's a description of the person who did it. Even then, okay, you could... I guess I could come in to look at a lineup of people. But even then, like we were saying earlier, the person could cut their hair. They could do extensions. They could dye their hair. Hell, maybe they could have moved somewhere else. Why would they have stayed here in the town? Well, I don't know. Maybe we're overthinking this. That's good. Solid evidence. Really? Yeah, I totally understand. This is really valuable. Please have the police protect me.
その前に
First,
その女の
do you
年
know how
が
old she is?
服装
What she was
とか
wearing?
顔の
What her
特徴
face
と
looked
か
like? I think she's probably younger than me, maybe. Is she shorter than me? Got pink hair. Was somewhat long. Her hair was also the same. She was wearing a uniform. I don't know if she actually goes to my school or not. She could have just stole that. I mean, if she was willing to murder people, I mean, I guess she's probably okay with stealing. It's like saying, hey, this person committed mass murder and built nuclear warheads. But, oh no, they would definitely never jaywalk.
水明
Sume.
水明って
You mean Sume
Sume
Academy. I've never seen the person at the school, though.
着てた
She wore a Sume uniform.
つまり
So,
西条君と
she's a
同じ
student
学校の
at your
生徒
school. Yeah, but I haven't seen her, but I do cut class a lot. He thought for a moment, then grinned. It was hard to tell if his next question or whisper. I mean, honestly, at this point, he would narrow it down to where literally you just get a photo registry of all the students who are at the school, and you would have me look through each one to see if there's somebody that I would recognize. And if you don't see it, then okay, maybe it could be somebody who already graduated. And then that also draws a blank. And you're like, okay, were there any other students that went missing or had the uniform stolen? At the very minimum, you'd at least know, okay, who lost their uniform? Oh, this one girl had her uniform stolen at like a pool or something. And then you check the cameras, you can see who stole it. He thought for a moment, then grinned. It was hard to tell if his next words were a question or a whisper.
何年生だろうな
What year would you say she was in, this girl? I don't, like I said, I couldn't exactly ask her. But I mean, I would guess maybe younger. I mean, she's shorter than I am. What year do you think she was in, Nishijo? I don't know.
じゃあ
But she is
何歳
shorter
だ
than
と
me.
思う
Alright, what do you think her name is? How would I know?
僕はあの悪魔の名前なんて知
I
ら
don't
な
know
い
the demon girls. Wouldn't everyone around us be freaking out, like listening to us?
その女の
Like, even if they don't know what we're
身長
talking about, they'd see, like,
体
okay, she's shorter than
重
me. She looked really
身長に
skinny.
ついて
How would I? Okay, don't get me wrong. I was staring at her tits and her, but still, I wouldn't know the measurements. But she's shorter than I am, and she looks very skinny. Who was this guy? She's trying to get a description, man. He's trying to work with us. Was he making fun of me? How the hell would I know any of that? I mean, I think that last part, I don't think he expected a serious answer on that. Like, he expects a serious estimation of height and weight. And honestly, underwear measurements actually are a useful thing to go with. And you're like, well, how is that an accurate thing to help us? Well, he's trying to get an accurate description of the person. So, how tall, how heavy? But then again, the problem is, an eyewitness isn't very reliable because, one, the longer you wait till after the fact, it makes it harder for memories to be recalled correctly. Also, people under very stressful situations will have trouble focusing on things. The other thing is that, well, okay, we try to describe, okay, what height was she, what weight? Now you might say, well, how's the underwear measurement work? Well, the idea is this, especially the fact that we are a teenager, we're at our horniest. We're going to be, even in a life-death situation, we're going to be staring at her tits. So the idea is this. Did we notice her hips were kind of wide? Did she look like she had a nice ass? Did she look like she had muscular thighs? Did she look like, she was, what's the best way to put it? Really big tits? Or was she flat? Like what? You're like, oh, how does that help? It allows us to give a physical description to the person. We're trying to narrow things down. She might be able to, cut her hair, but her boobs are going to be the same size. So, I mean, I won't know her exact size, but I can at least guess how big her boobs were. How big boob? I would say either a big B cup or a low C cup is what the demon had. Her butt, it wasn't completely flat, but it had a little bit of tone to it. So, at the very least, you know that she's not flat, and she's not got giant K-cup melons. Or at the very minute, D cups, okay? I'm being reasonable here. Was he making fun of me? How the hell would I know any of that? I don't have the magic power to determine a girl's measurements just by looking at her, like the hero of some harem manga. Okay, again, how would that power help? But again, it's like you do have. Like, here's the thing. You can look at a person and you obviously you can't tell how big a person's dick is with the pants. unless they're wearing something skin tight. But you can tell, is a person fat? How tall are they? How much weight do they hold to them? You know, it's like basic spatial awareness. You know, it's like if you look at a car, can you guess how much a car weighs? Yeah, I mean, you need to know a little bit more about reference points for that, but you can at least look at a car and be like, okay, that weighs more than a kangaroo. You know? You look at a tank and you're like, okay, that weighs more than a marshmallow. Okay. But yeah, you can at least look at a girl's tits and be like, okay, how big are they? Is she flat? Does she have any... That's something that is a superpower all guys have. I see. If you're not answering, it means you don't know, right? That's fine. Just fine. Thanks for your cooperation. Well, I mean, I could give you details, just not specifics. Like, I don't know the actual straight-up centimeter height that she has. All I know is that she's between this much and this much shorter than me. So she's either, like, up to my eyebrows or up to my mouth, where the top of her head would be. You know, I wasn't, like, up there next to her. I could tell she's shorter than me, but I don't know, like, give or take. Like, here's a range that's shorter than me, where she's either 3 inches shorter than me or 6 inches shorter than me. But she's not, like, really, really short. She's not like 2 foot tall. And she's not a giant. She's close to my height, but maybe a few inches shorter than me. She's very skinny. She got like maybe large B cups or small C cups. She had long pink hair, but that could have been changed. We're going to have to take this back to the station and consider it. Really? Do you guys want my phone number? So I can program my phone? Is it weird that I'm asking the police detectives for the phone numbers so they can call me later? Can I have a phone number to call you? I mean, I kind of do want that police protection thing. The older detective made a motion with his hands to silence the younger one, and then shot a meaningful glance. Oh, Nishido? Can we get your number? Yeah, I was just asking about that. Yeah, can I have your number too? They didn't believe me after all. They thought, I mean, if they're going to protect us, they got to know how to get in contact with me, right? That was great. Well, I mean, I am crazy, but still, that's beside the point. They were going to accuse me of doing it. Well, there's that demon, was it? We need to protect you from here, right? Oh, I see. Good. They believe me. I'd feel so much better if the police were protecting me. Of course, maybe the police couldn't do anything about demon, but it was better than being alone. I mean, yeah. I mean, even if they turn out like, if it turns out like, you know, the girl in pink hair, she's not a demon, but she's a robot set by Cyberdyne, and she's actually like metal underneath, and she's got like robot parts. I mean, still, it's still better than nothing. Would it be wrong for me to ask the police to give me a gun? Everyone's like, you're being unreasonable. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't have to be like a high caliber gun. I'm just saying, but it was better than being all alone. Feeling a little relieved, I took out my new phone and showed the detectives the number. The younger one copied it down. Thanks for your time. The police will make sure you're safe, so don't worry about a thing. Also, we might call if we have more questions. Alright? Make sure you pick up, okay? Right now, you're an important person to us. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yay, they care about me. Yay. Huh? Your testimony is a big clue. It might help us solve this case. See you later. The two of them bowed and quickly left. The younger one was looking back at me and whispering something to his partner. The older one was walking quickly and ignoring him. I let out a deep sigh. Wow, that was nerve-wracking. I'd never been interrogated by a real police officer. It was pretty scary. But they seemed to believe me, maybe. I mean, we do have trouble trusting everyone. So, I hoped the police would catch the demon. But everybody said the police were incompetent, right? So, I shouldn't get my hopes up too much. Only then did I notice how thirsty I was. So I bought a bottle of soda from a nearby vending machine. Yay, Pepsi. Wow, the post-wedding costume is so hot. You can totally see her panties. I like that, though. Same. So cute. Her face is so cute. It's not quite like an anime. It's every bit as sexy as you expect from Yoshi. Good job. GJs. I assume I'm supposed to say good job. Wrong button. Over here. And everyone's like, if you have to read everything, why are you... Yeah, good job. Everyone's like, well, why aren't you reading all this? Simple, because I'm already taking so fucking long to do this. I don't want to make the video any more boring for everyone out there than it already is. And everyone's like, well, why do you keep going on tangents? I'm like, because I can't stop doing that. That's... but that being said, if anyone would like me to, when we're done with the game, to read through all of the tips, or maybe just to catch up on them on like the next part and try to like read them as we go through. I just felt like it. I feel like it would ruin the pacing of trying to be in the game. Says the person who keeps going on random tangents for hours. I'm getting better at it. I think I am getting better at like trying to stay focused on the game and not breaking up the focus like of the flow of a story. Right, we're playing a game. Okay. Oh wow, her jacket can cast off too. From this angle, she looks practically naked. Woo. Did you actually go and pick up her figurine? Or did she like just do that entirely as a ploy? Does she actually watch the show, or did she just like research a little bit so she could lie to me? The way her hair seems like it's moving is great. The hair is what really makes the post-awakening version special. My ear is itchy again. I always thought, and I was right. I mean, yeah. I mean, anime hair looks pretty cool. In real life, though, it can't really be that, I don't know, unique, I guess. But that's cool. Like in anime, you have a lot more control over really cool costumes and outfits and character designs. I mean, heck, if you want someone to be more muscular, have bigger tits, all you gotta do is just make a different curve. Whereas in real life, you don't really have that much control over it. It's either, buy expensive clothes or go to the gym a whole lot. Even then, you can't like make your tits or dick bigger. So, but at the end of the day, it's cool to just have all these amazing different aesthetics and things for characters. Can I look at all the figurines, please? They always put a lot of effort to design the visa. The way it wrinkles is very realistic. Oh, is this a piece? Wow. This is awesome. Truly Takasugi quality. Japanese internet expression meaning too high. This particular expression is complicated kanji pun of the type that was popular on the internet message boards in the 2000s. It has long since fallen out of fashion. However, the attempts to use it in modern day Japan would likely be met with... So it's an old, nerdy slang term that even modern, nerdy people would not know. Okay, I mean, it's meant also exclusively in Japan. I don't think Americans would have ever known that term, right? I think the fifth Sarah figure might turn out to be the greatest of them all. I don't think they could make a better one, really. Kichima is a true master. And that's the thing. Our sister really likes the Juro Froggies. We like our figures. Everyone has their own interests. That's the thing. At the end of the day, everyone's an otaku about something. After all, only thing otaku means is, and granted, usually people use it when thinking about anime or video games, but really otaku is, it's someone who has a niche interest where they are very obsessively interested in something. I mean, there's people that are really interested in like military stuff or in cars or in like martial arts or sports. Like there's people that are really big in like football and knowing the different teams. Like one of my friends, he would actually sit and watch like football draft picks and stuff and do fantasy football stuff and play football games. He was even like went into the football team, like sports things in real life. So, yeah, people, it's just different interests. People have different things they like. That's fine. Now it is interesting to like know people that have similar interests, but at the same time, you don't have to have similar interests. Like I've dated women that had some similar interests, but also it's like, even if they don't have the same interests, I had one girlfriend that she was really into football. And so was her whole family. So I would sit and watch the game with her and all that. And really, she knew I didn't really care for the game, but I enjoyed just watching it casually. It's not something I'd watch all the time, but it was nice to watch it with people. Same way that same friend who watched like draft pick stuff, sometimes he would like watch like the Super Bowl and have a bunch of people over, and I'd go over too. Granted, I didn't really care about it, but I liked being sociable. I liked being around my friend. Heck, like a lot of times they would have like big parties and stuff, and I would go to those. And granted, I'm not really much of a party person, but one, I enjoyed being around my friends, and two, I was also trying to be sociable. Try to talk to people, try to make new friends, and just try to be sociable. It's kind of like sometimes I'd go to a bar or something, like I don't drink alcohol. Granted, I've tried it. I mean, I tried some once I was like, 24? Well, no, 23? 22? Either way, I tried a few drinks. Didn't really care for it. But, yeah. I can't remember the last time I even drank any alcohol. It's been probably like a decade or something. I don't know. Like I said, it was never really my cup of tea. But usually I'll go to bars, stuff, try to be sociable and talk to people, especially some friends that want to go there. But, it'd be really weird and awkward if I didn't have anything to drink. So I get like a can of Red Bull or something. And yes, the bar charges more for a can of Red Bull than what you pay at a Walmart. But that's the main thing. One, it's still Red Bull. And two, it's something to be... Though there were sometimes I was a designated driver. And usually you can get free soda. So yay, free soda pop. Well, also there was like non-alcoholic cocktails. I remember one time there was one bar where... This is back before like Red Bull had flavors. Like the only Red Bulls that existed were Red Bull and sugar-free Red Bull. Anyway, they had something called a Raging Bull. What it was Red Bull mixed with ginger ale and strawberry puree. Not strawberry soda, but strawberry puree. It was actually really good. It was a bit expensive. What year was that? I'm not sure. Maybe 2010? 2009? But it was like $5.50 to $6, so that's way much for that. Probably like $10 nowadays. But yeah, it was really good. Red Bull, strawberry puree, and ginger ale. Really good. But yeah, I at least I granted I do feel anxious talking to people, but I feel like I am good at talking to people. But at the same time, I know better than to try in many situations because, like I said, for most people, I mean, there's nothing about me that would be of any value to people to talk to them or any interest to them. And, well, I'm not attractive. I mean, here's the thing. I'm not rich. I'm not athletic. I can be sociable, but I'm not charismatic. And, I mean, I'm not muscular. I'm fucking fat. And, heck, I know one friend tried to cheer me up once. They said, "Hey, Luder, you're actually a really good guy. You're actually a really great guy. It just sucks that your face looks like that." I'm like, thank you. I mean, they were trying to be nice. I mean, they were trying to make me feel better. I mean, at least they were acknowledging reality, and they weren't just trying to lie to me. They were trying to give me a realistic thing that would try to cheer me up, but it's just it didn't work. But I still appreciated the attempt. And it's not like there's anything absolutely horrible with. I mean, in general, I like my face. There's not like there's anything majorly wrong with me. It's not like I have scars or burns or anything. It's just lots and lots and lots of people have expressed how much they do not like me. So then again, every partner I've ever had has cheated on me. So every girlfriend I've ever had has cheated on me. I've been rejected by thousands and thousands of people. And honestly, no one has actually ever found me attractive. And say, oh, what about the people in relationship with? Every partner I've ever had has made a point of it at the end of the relationship to tell me that they did not actually find me attractive. And that they had been lying to me. So that makes me feel sad. But hey, tis life. Moving on. I mean, I would rather be attractive. I would rather be cute. I mean, I don't have a problem with how I look. It's just that everyone else does. And that makes me feel sad. It'd just be nice for someone to look at my face and they actually like what they see. So, yay, I'm unpleasant to look at, and that makes me sad. Moving on. I think the fifth Sarah turn up. Yep, okay, we already read that. Carefully, I placed the new Sarah 10 next to the PC monitor for Sarah. Sarah, you're so sexy. Okay. Here's a question. What about the previous one that we had there before? Are they like... We have like 100 figurines on the shelf. Is she just like put on the shelf to be forgotten? Just looking at her made me grin. This was a moment of pure joy. Don't get me wrong, I do like the new model, and I would certainly still say, yeah, hell yeah, we're getting a new model. But did we forget about the older model? Like, do we not care about the old ones at all anymore? They just, forgotten. Are we just like throwing Woody into the trash bin as we got by our Buzz Lightyear? Which, even as a toy standpoint, is kind of odd, but the fact that we refer to them as wives, this comes off as even more weird in my opinion. But still, I do like figurines and stuff and models and stuff. It's just the fact that you're regarding them as people, but also still as... it feels a bit shallow. I logged on to the @chan and shared my thoughts with Sarah Tan figure. When that was done, I checked my email and looked at the free para and see if I had any new friend requests. Oh, somebody sent a friend request. I wonder if it's a fucking serial killer. Who's this guy? Somebody from the Sierra community. Okay, got it. Sure thing. And just when I was ready to log in ESO... Hello? I felt a prickling on the back of my neck. It was the same intense glaze. Yes, donuts! That I always felt. Whose eyes are those? Damn it, not now. When did I first start feeling that gaze? I had totally forgotten by now. But it kept getting in my way. A lot of things were happening that would interrupt my daily life, but the gaze was right up there with Nanami for being obnoxious. Okay, time to play the game again. Time to play the I'm not turning around that easily game. I kept my eyes locked on my computer monitor and tried to think of a cool line. You there? Come out. Did you think you could deceive my eyes, fool? Yeah, cool anime one-liners. There was no answer, of course. There wasn't. It'd be scary if there was one. Yeah, I know. I mean, I do the same thing. I'll be like, but at the same time, if there actually was an answer, I'd probably be like, try to go, just like start flailing, like, fuck you. And everyone's like, Lunar, why are you freaking out? Like, it's just normal, right? Huh? Heard what? I heard a noise. I turned around to look and realized what I was doing. I'd lost today's Don't Turn Around game. There was nobody in the room. Was I hearing things? I hoped so, I told myself. Again, the knock. Somebody's knocking at my door. Again, I heard the sound again. I couldn't lie to myself anymore. It was the sound of somebody knocking on the door. Which meant, we need a peephole built into our fucking door. Or a camera. Someone was here. Nobody ever came here. Even the police selling newspaper wouldn't come here at all. Here. Who could it be? A delivery guy? No, I wasn't getting packages today. Nanami? No, Nanami would pound louder and harder. And then she screamed, "Brother, open up." I'd recognize her. Also, we have a phone now. Yua? That was likely. She'd been here once before. Had the demon girl sent her here to kill me? Yeah, but wouldn't she have sent an email first? But if so, why would she go through the trouble of knocking? The knocking sound kept coming. I froze, trying to figure out what to do, but no good ideas came to me. I just kept getting more and more scared. I know, I just could pretend not to be here. Now I'd say the normal thing a person should do, if they're knocking, is to talk. That way I could hear their voice. After all, if there's somebody that I should know, I would recognize their voice. And if they're not, well then they could at least introduce themselves by yelling their name over the fucking steel container I live in. Or is that just being paranoid? No, there's somebody knocking at our door. We need to be able to... This is a reason. This is definitely a valid reason to have a panic attack. But I should be careful, right? Shibuya's been really dangerous lately. Even if there wasn't a serial killer, this is still something to be cautious about. And if it was Yua, I couldn't let her in. I'd basically be asking for her to kill me. Wait, did I lock the door? Did we? I looked over to see it. It was too dark to tell if the door was locked, however. I softly stood up, walking to the door, while being careful as possible not to make any noise. Oh? By the time I made it to the middle of the room, I was finally able to tell for sure. The door wasn't locked. A cold chill ran down my entire spine. My heart beat faster from nervousness. Right now, anybody could just walk right in and kill me. I needed to hurry and lock the door. If I made any kind of noise, it would be obvious I was here. But it would be better than letting someone in. Didn't we just yell out loud, really loud? I ran over to the door. And we fucking tripped. Fuck. Sipping on this container of a convenience store dinner I'd bought. I slipped and fell right on my butt. Fuck. I moaned from the intense pain. Fuck. Double fuck! Then the door slowly began to open right before my eyes. I didn't know who it was, but whoever had been knocking was now opening the door. I tried to force myself to stand up, but my body refused to move from the pain. All I could do was watch it open as tears ran down my face. First, I saw the hand. The sleeve was from a Sume Academy uniform, I could tell that much. Then the hair. It was a little longer than Nanami's, but it was shorter than Yua's. Okay. Is it... Well, how would anybody else know where I live? I didn't know who it belonged to. And then I saw the face peeking out from the other side of the door. Fuck! 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 We're dead. Everyone's like, well, at least you know it's not your fault in the game because we have no choices. There was no, oh, do this other choice. I don't think I have any actual choice or interaction in this game other than just flavor text. I don't think I influence the story at all. But still, fuck! Well, of all the people that could have been here right now, fuck! Hello. And then I knew who it was. I'm fucked. And not in the good way. Someone unexpected. The worst possible someone. My vision threatened to go black from sheer despair. Yeah, we are going into shock. You need to get it under control or we're going to pass out, and that doesn't help us not die. It was the demon girl. It was the demon girl. Oh, there you are. Our eyes met. She suddenly smiled happily. Her smile made me shiver. Why didn't you answer me? So you're the person who called me? How did you even know I had a phone? How did you know my phone number? Also, again, the soundtrack to this game is awesome. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Her other hand was still behind the door. She must be holding one of those cross-shaped stakes in it. She was here to kill me at last. She was smiling with joy at the thought of killing me. It was because I talked to those cops. She used her clairvoyant powers to see me doing it remotely. Don't kill me, I tried to scream, but I was too scared to get the words out. That's actually a completely legitimate and understandable response to this. But you were the one who called me on my fucking phone. If I had... Okay. Lady who looks suspiciously like my anime figurine. Had I hypothetically answered your phone call, when you only called me the one time. What would you have said? If I'd answered the phone call, what would you have said? You know, if it was under better circumstances, the current pose that you're making would actually make me feel more at ease. Like you're just sort of chill and relaxed and just sort of, you know, not putting pressure on me. But, you know, the way you and I know each other puts a little bit more context into it, but your current posture is more chill, less threatening. We're going to go with less threatening. And more inviting? Approachable? We'll just go with less threatening. And more... I mean, you're definitely less dead inside looking than you were when you crucified a dude to a fucking wall. You seem much more chill and less threatening at the moment. So, good start, I guess? Like, are you, like, no, I didn't hear the intonation there. Like, were you like, da-da-da? Is there a way to, nope, okay. Wait, can I replay words? Oh, because I'm going... Wait! Are you mocking me for stuttering? She stared at me, tilted her head, and recited a strange spell. I think she was making the sounds I was making. The fact that it's saying the UHs after the Ds, it's not her stuttering, it's... Are you making fun of me for stuttering? Are you mocking me? Are you like, oh, look at Ishijo, he's so dumb. He's talking to a girl and he's stuttering. She must be speaking in the demon language. She was going to curse me. Okay, that's... No. I mean, would it be more... If she was speaking our language, it would have more than just one sound. She's making fun of us for stuttering. I crawled away trying to get as much distance from me. We're in a fucking shipping container. Where are we gonna go? We're... Crawled away trying to get as much distance between me and her as possible. My hands kept slipping on the garbage. As I crawled, why have we not cleaned this place at any point? Well, I managed to make it to the far end of the room and hide under my computer desk. How is that helping us? Hey, can I come in? I don't know if there's a lot of room under here. It's gonna be kind of crowded. I mean, if you get underneath here, you're gonna have to sit on my lap. It's really, really cramped in here. But if you could you just like walk the other way and close the door and I'll just lock you out? Okay. The demon girl came inside. She even took her shoes off. Well, I mean, at least she's polite. I will say this. Her posture, like, look at her posture. Her posture is definitely far less threatening. Her face and eyes and mouth are being much more warm. And I'm just saying, despite the circumstances, it does put me at ease to a degree, even though we definitely shouldn't. But I think that speaks more to the fact that, one, she's incredibly cute. I'm a guy. Also, flattery and manipulation apparently work very well on me. So even if it's circumstances where it shouldn't be working, being flirtatious is a good way to work with me. And it's like everyone's like, that doesn't make sense. Like, here's the thing. I tend to be resentful of authority figures. I tend to be resentful of people that talk down to me. I tend to be resentful of people that are being rude to me. I don't like it when people are rude. I like it when people are polite. If somebody is being all very polite and upbeat and chipper and happy and smiley and stuff, I'm just saying, if someone is being flirtatious with me or flattering me, yes, that shit works on me too well. Even though I'm aware of it, even though I'm aware of the effect it has on me, it's... Granted, I dislike the idea of being manipulated either, but I also dislike the idea of being lied to. But, yes, flattery, compliments, praise, flirtation, these things are extremely effective on me. Even if I'm aware of it, it's... I'm just saying, flattery, praise, flirtation are very effective on me. So, oh, what's that? The extremely lonely otaku person with low self-esteem who is basically touch-starved and desperate for any sort of positive affection is easily influenced by such things? Oh no, you don't say. Captain Obvious.
ねえ入っていいかなっていうか入っちゃいますお邪魔しちゃった
Okay, I'm inside.
あ散らかって
Oh.
私平気だから気にしないでね
Oh, I don't mind the mess. Don't worry. By the way, I've noticed that her physical appearance and her voice both sound like the delusions that we have been having of our fictional anime waifu girlfriend. That being said, if the manifestation of our anime waifu girlfriend walked through our actual fucking door in real life, even if we hadn't watched her commit a murder, would still be enough to freak the fuck out. Like, here's the thing. Like, if you opened your front door and you saw Tony the Tiger from Frosted Flakes there, even if he wasn't being threatening, even if it was, whether it was a cartoon version or a real-life tiger-looking person, or what appears to be a person wearing face paint, or a person in like a furry suit or something. Like, if you opened your front door and saw Tony the Tiger, even if he was being all happy and friendly with you, you're like, I'm worried. Like, here's the thing. If all of a sudden you're like walking down a forest path in the middle of the woods, and all of a sudden, I don't know, like Joe Biden walks up to you in the middle of the woods, you'd be freaking out, wouldn't you? Right? I don't know. Well, you closed my door. Door shut. There was nowhere to run. But surprisingly, the only thing she was carrying was her bag. I didn't see any kind of weapon. No, it had to be in the bag. I couldn't let my guard down. The second I let my guard down, she would come for me. Or maybe that spell a second ago had cursed me. I think she was just making fun of me for stuttering. In a few days, my body might start sprouting blood from all its pores, and then I'd die.
頼むよ
But please,
殺さないで
don't kill me. I will say this. It is very understandable that we are stuttering in this situation and scared because, you know, we are dealing with someone who has killed people. And we don't know what their intentions are to us, but we can assume that, you know, there's at least a probability that it's not good. Then again, if her intentions were bad, wouldn't she have killed me sooner? Either way, something to be concerned about. I curled up into a little ball, cursing the detectives I had met earlier.
警察に喋ったこと謝るから
I'm sorry that I told the police.
警察
The police?
それに
And
話しても
I don't think they actually believed anything I said. That was just a lie I'd said to buy time. Well, I mean, it wasn't a lie. We are honestly not sure if they believed us. I mean, we were kind of freaking out. The detectives had said they'd protect me. If that older guy was doing his job right, he'd surely send an officer to protect me. I mean, they're kind of short-handed on cops. Then I realized I told the officer my phone number. but I hadn't given my address.
必死
Hello? Snap? What do you mean, snap? Did you snap your fingers to try to get me to pay attention? I mean, you do look a little annoyed. I am confused in this circumstance. Huh? Yeah, what's happened? She suddenly struck a pose like she wants it to. Wait. Are you annoyed that I was ignoring you? That I was too busy thinking about something else? Are you upset that you weren't getting attention? That seems kind of odd, but okay. Like she was at attention. Oh, like she was saluting. Are you saluting me? Are you saluting the anime? And then even more strange, she made the sound effect of her hands snapping to attention with her mouth. Was this another demon spell?
独り言はやめるべし
No talking to yourself. I'm so
殺
confused.
さないでとか警察がどうとか私には何のことかさっぱりだよ
Kill you? Police? I don't know what you're talking about. What you're going on about.
独り言はやめるべし
Kill you? Police? I don't know what you're talking about. She didn't know? Was this some kind of joke?
殺さないでとか警察がどうとか私には何のことかさっぱりだよ
Or was this her way of telling me to forget that anything had ever happened? What was this girl thinking? Hadn't she come here to kill me?
ほら立てる
Come on, can you stand up? Give it a try. Okay, medium B cup. Yeah, she's not quite a large B. Medium B. Kind of reminds me of Doki Doki Literature Club, the way certain structures and faces are. Maybe at some point I should play the Song of Memory game. Memory song. Song of Memory. Well, you guys get the point. Come on, can you stand up? Give it a try. The demon walked over to me and offered a hand. Her expression looked so kind, and up close I could tell that she was pretty cute. Now here's the thing. Maybe each of them has a different split. Like, okay, maybe the main character has two personalities and one's Shogun. Maybe all the characters that have a giant anime sword will have a... Like I said, Dark Rose Valkyrie did a similar thing, to where they had supernatural weapons, but they caused the person to have not only mental mood disorders and personality issues, but also, split personalities. So maybe all of the characters here have split personalities. So maybe there is a part of her that legitimately is nice, kind, and loving, and the other part that is nailing people to walls with blood everywhere. And up close, I could tell that she was pretty cute. I mean, I think she is. I mean, we've had those delusions where we're like hearing our anime character waifu talk to us. She does look and sound like that. Wait, what had gotten into me? She was a demon. She wasn't pretty cute. She was a murderer. She used Yuzen Shogun to try to set me up, and now she was here to kill me herself. I couldn't let myself believe her. I had learned my lesson with Yua. I'd never make the same mistake again. I didn't take the hand she offered me. I couldn't let her smile fool me. It was a demonic temptation, and if I gave in to it, I'd die. Don't believe in anything. Don't listen to anything anyone says. But
見たんだ
I saw you.
お前が人を殺してるとこ
I saw you killing someone.
あのさタクそれかなりひどいこと言ってるって気づいてる
You guys remember that one anime? I forget what the anime it was, where there was a girl that had long black hair and glasses, and she's like, Eto! And did like the hands on her head, like both hands, and like she stuck her tongue out and did a cutesy little bow thing. I can't remember what that's from. Like, Eto! Like, oh! It was over something like, it's like, oh, but this major thing happened. Oh, my bad. It's like, but still, this is. I don't know. Does this work on everyone else too, or is it just me? Am I just this pathetic that this sort of behavior, like, basically, if somebody's like behaving like this with me and being warm and affectionate, or just silly and polite, like a mix of lighthearted chipperness with being very courteous, it works very well on me. Like, here's the thing. If somebody were to antagonize me or insult me or try to be condescending to me, I'm going to be much more aggressive and much more combative in terms of agreeing with them or cooperating. But if somebody wants me to be cooperative with them, the best method is just to be courteous and warm and chipper with me and make me feel like you're respecting me and you actually care. Which, again, it sucks that works, but that's... I mean, hey, it's the overly lonely person with low self-esteem that's desperate for positive affection. It's... So, I mean, yeah, it works really well on me. Which... This kind of sucks, but what can I say? Part of me hopes for having it legitimately, and... But I don't feel that could ever actually exist. But hey, you can have it in ASMR. I mean, you can listen to ASMR. And granted, yes, some of those are kind of sexual, which I'm not going to say I turn my nose up at that. I actually turned my cock up at it, though. Yeah. Yes, it's a fucking boner joke. I made an erection joke. I'm just saying, yes, I do like the sexual ASMRs as well. But that's not what we're talking about right now. I do like the sexual ASMRs, and I do also like the various ASMRs where they do like little silly things like cranial nerve examination things, because it's relaxing. So I listen to some ASMRs because they're relaxing. I listen to some ASMRs because they are sexual and, I'm horny. And I do listen to some ASMRs because, they're role plays where the person says something nice and loving and kind and caring. And it's nice to at least hear a warm, kind, affectionate voice saying that it cares about me. It's nice, okay? It's nice to hear a nice, gentle, calming, loving voice say positive compliments and nice things about me, and to actually hear a voice say that I'm cared about, okay? Yes, I know it's pathetic, but still, it's enjoyable. It's nice. Makes me feel better, okay? I would say don't judge me, but you guys are free to do that. I mean, it's funny, like, I don't feel like care about the idea like you guys judge me like, oh, I listen to silly ASMR things because they're relaxing, that are not sexual or anything like this. Here's calm sounds and various little triggers and ear cleaning stuff just because it's relaxing. And I don't really care about the judgment on, I listen to like outright sexual ASMR that's basically porn. It's more so I'm embarrassed about, I really like the ASMR where, just someone says nice things to me. And, I actually feel cared about. That's kind of embarrassing. But yeah, okay. Taku, do you realize that you're saying something pretty mean?
まさか殺人犯呼ばわりされるなんてね。ははは。
It's hard to believe you're calling me a killer, Taha. What, do you think I'm mistaking you for someone else? What was she doing here? New gen. Like the other four times. You're gonna kill me, right? Or are you going to take me to where Yua and Shogun are waiting? Yua? Shogun?
誰それ?
Who are they? Maybe the three of them were going to work together and kill me when I was helpless? No, I mean, she seems legitimately like she doesn't even know who the fuck they are. Please, no. Don't hurt me. Okay.
私を殺人犯扱いしなければ助けてあげる。
Okay. If you promise not to treat me as a murderer, I won't hurt you. Ah? I knew it.
ねえ、そんなビビらないでよ。いちいち私がへこむようなリアクションしてくれるよね。
Come on, stop being so scared. You're really trying to make me feel depressed, aren't you?
お願いだ。もう二度と
Please.
誰にも
I'll never tell anyone, so let me go.
もしもーし、
Hello, Taku.
ちょっと
Calm down a little. I mean, she is being patient. So, I would say we could try to work with her, but honestly, usually in a situation like that, it takes time for, you know, heart rates to slow back down. She kept calling me Taku like we were friends. How did she know my name, anyway? She didn't know my name when we first met at the scene of the crucified killing. How? And how did she know where the base was?
当然でしょ。
Of course I know. Are you reading my mind? Please don't do that. There's lots of porn in there. Just saying. My Google search history has lots and lots of hentai. Also guides on how to play video games. Yes, I know I'm terrible at puzzles. I get it. I suck at puzzles.
あなたの名前を知ってるのは
The reason I know your name is because I am your anime figure. She read my mind. Wait. If Saratan has become the new gen killer person, are all the other people in the world also my anime figurines? Am I in a coma? Did I just get hit in the head really hard and all of this is just a delusion as I'm laying in a hospital bed? She had magic clairvoyant powers, I knew it. That's how she found my name and address.
タクって
Taku,
結構一人
you
言
talk
多
to
いよ
yourself a lot. Am I saying this out loud or am I thinking it? If you could read my mind, is there really a difference between me talking out loud to myself or in my mind?
前から思ってたことだけど
I've always thought this, but always. Since when was always? Wait, was I talking to myself? Well, of course I talk to myself. You know, I'm alone a lot, so it's a personality quirk at this point. I don't think it would ever stop. You know, unless I have someone else to actually talk to. I couldn't tell. Really? Was I really talking to myself? Or was it possible she was lying? Was it possible she read my mind?
タクの名前を知らない
Of
わけ
course
な
I
い
know your name, Taku.
私
I'm not that good at remembering things, but
友達の名前くらい覚えるよ
I can remember my friends' names. Friend?
それともタク
Or is this your way of saying I'm
そ
stupid?
れ私
I mean,
テストの点数
I
は
don't get very good
そんなに良く
grades
な
on
い
my
けど
tests, sure.
面と向かって
But
そういうこと言われると
It kind of hurts to hear it to my face. Was she crazy? Wait, how could I be sure she was the crazy one? Was I crazy? Or was she?
もしか
Maybe
して転校生
transfer student?
そういえば
Oh yeah,
近いうちに転校
there's
生
a
が来るらしい
transfer
よ
student coming soon.
スカチン先生が言ってた
Mr. Sukachin was talking about it. We were talking past each other? The fear that I could be killed at any moment was starting to fade. But instead, another type of fear was slowly working its way through my heart. Were you in my class the whole fucking time?
もしもし
Hello? Mochi Mochi.
その顔はまさかまだ信じてくれてない
Don't tell me you still don't believe me.
誰だ
Who? Who are you? She was a murderer, the demon girl.
うわタクこそクラスメートの顔を覚えてないんだひどー
Wow, you don't even remember the face of your own classmate. That's really mean. We're classmates, not just friends, but classmates.
でもまあ
Oh
しょうが
well,
ないか
I guess you don't come to school that often anyway.
だからって
Still,
私の存在丸ごとなかったことにするのはどうかと思う。
it's still kind of mean to just pretend I never existed. Okay, did I hit my head really hard?
ちなみに
I mean, I have
名
a
前
lot,
も
but
忘れちゃ
still.
ってるわけかな。
By the way, did you forget my name?
はい
Yeah.
はいそうなんだ
Yes,
ね。
yes, you did, didn't you? I'm a little shocked. You guys remember Fry from Futurama? I'm shocked! Shocked. Well, not really. Ahem.
じゃあ思い出させてあげますよ。
I'll hope you remember that.
私は
I'm...
崎畑凛美。
Okay. Sakihata Rimi. Is that a name that should mean something?
リアクションなしかい。
Wait, you're not even reacting.
崎畑凛美。思い出した？
Do you remember now? Do we? I'd never even heard the name Rimi Sakahata before. The only 3D girl I knew who would talk to me like this was Yua anyway. And Yua worked for her. In a flash, I suddenly understood. This Sakihata girl was using the same trick Yua had used. She was being all friendly, knowing that I wasn't used to talking to 3D girls. Then she set me up for a trap. Of course I didn't remember the faces of all my classmates, and I wasn't interested in trying. But I was sure I'd never seen her in my class, wasn't I? No, I couldn't be sure. Every minute I spent at school I spent at my desk, either enjoying delusions, or pretending to sleep, or staring at the desk, pretending to read a textbook. I didn't remember any of my classmates' name. I never cared enough to. Which was it? What was the girl was saying true? No, it didn't matter whether or not she was a classmate. The one thing I was sure of was that she was a murderer.
たく記憶力ゼロ？まあいいや。
Taku, does your memory just not work at all? Well, whatever. Well, the music's gotten a bit of a drop in theme. So... I'm more Concernicus.
じゃあ大臣に聞いてみて。
Okay, ask Daichin then? Daisuke? Yeah, I mean, if anybody would have noticed you, it would have been him. Yeah, Mishima. I can't. What the hell was that? A person named Daisuke. Our only friend. Daisuke Mishima. Main point is it's the dude. It's the horny guy.
大臣だよ。
You know,
大臣。
Daichin, Daisuke
ミス
Mishima,
大輔。
Misumi, Daisuke Mis. You guys get the point. You guys can read it. Huh? She knew Musumi's name. She even called him Daichin. You wouldn't do that unless you're pretty friendly with him.
というわけで、はい。
So here, Demon Girl found my phone on the sofa and picked it up, offering it to me. She wanted me to call Misumi, maybe. I didn't like calling people, but if I didn't do it, she might kill me helplessly. I decided to call him. But do I even know his phone number? I realize I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I just got the phone. I'm antisocial, okay? Honestly, I'm a terrible friend to Misumi, even. If he didn't talk to me every day, I'd forget his name. I realized I didn't know Misumi's phone number. I froze. Demon Girl. She probably knows his number, though. She'll probably call him for me. She'll probably take the phone from me, dial in the number, then hand it back to me. Demon Girl seemed confused. He'll probably be like, how'd you get my number, man? It's like, about that. Before going around to my side and looking over at the phone. Her hair rustled a little, and I could smell the sweet scent of her shampoo. Oh, what's it smell like? She was a demon. I couldn't let her tempt me. It wasn't a 3D girl. Saratan, give me power.
もしかして
Do you not know his
番号知ら
number?
ない？
I am antisocial.
だったら先にそう言ってくれなきゃ。
Oh, why didn't you say so? Well, I mean, at least you're saying sorry. I appreciate that. And everyone's like, are you focusing on the wrong thing here? And I'm like, I'm just saying People that are being courteous and polite and who are trying to be patient and chipper and, you know, kind and warm and non-threatening. I'm just saying that works really well with me. I respond to that. I respond very poorly to people that are behaving in a threatening manner, and I respond very well to people that are behaving in a non-threatening manner. She apologized and took the phone in my hand. For a moment, our fingers touched. She was warm. I guess even a demon had the same blood in her veins as a human. Let's see. Daichin's number is... Tap, 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 tap. She quickly tapped in the number. From the speed she dialed it at, it had to be one she knew well. Here, you go. She offered me the phone. I didn't know what to do, so I took it and held it to my ear. I could hear the sound of the ringing, but then the sound cut off, and instead I heard Misumi's voice. Hello? Oh. Someone answered. The person on the phone didn't give their name. But we recognized the voice. I can recognize the voice. They must have been outside somewhere downtown because I couldn't hear hustle bustle of the crowd around them. Who is this? I really hated phone calls. I couldn't be sure if I was even talking to Sumi. The voice sounded similar, but maybe slightly different. Taku. Did Daichin answer? She was staring at me again, this time from right in front of me. Damn it, why did she have to be so close to me? I turned my back to her and steeled myself. Nishi? Oh, it's you, Taku. Was it just me, or was Misumi acting weird? How had he known it was me so quickly? Well, because he talks to us all the time. There's actually a creepypasta called Psychosis, where the person doesn't trust the images in computers or phones. It's got some twist endings to it, but most creepypastas do. But there actually are people out there in real life who feel that they can't trust images created by computers or even the voices in phones. That they can be basically, and hypothetically, that stuff is true. I mean, it could happen. But between both deep fakes and supernatural issues, but at the same time, it is unlikely under most circumstances, and it would be very unhealthy to expect that unless you have other reasons to. But under most circumstances, no. All I'd said was Nishi. I didn't recognize your number. Did you buy a phone? It was possible that she was just having me call somebody with a voice similar to his to fool me. The person with the Mishimo voice was working for her. Maybe and was trying to trick me. Maybe the demon girl knew that I didn't have Misumi's real number and had to set this up at the start. I was starting to get suspicious of everything. I didn't know what was the truth and what was a lie. Assuming the demon girl was willing to put in the time and effort to set up a trap like that. What kind of trap was it, specifically? Wouldn't it be faster for her to just kill me here? Or was there some reason that I had to be deceived? Even if it was meant doing so in a really roundabout way. Wait, could it be that some kind of trick Misumi was setting up? The girl was his girlfriend and not a classmate at all. But someone he'd sent to just make fun of me? No, wait, not a chance. How would you explain the crucified murder then? So, Taku, what do you want? I never thought I'd actually get a call from you. Well, I really don't like getting calls from guys, you know. He does sound like him. It certainly sounds like Misumi. The more I heard him talk, the less likely it seemed that the person I was talking to could be anyone but Misumi. You want me to teach you how to pick up girls? Nah, of course not. I wasn't sure where to start. I could feel someone looking at me. Well, there he is. The girl was staring at me. And the prickling on my back and my neck was still there. I do like neck kisses, though. What was the look on her face now? I wanted to look back and see, but was too scared. If you don't need anything, I'm going to hang up. I don't have time to sit here in silence with you. I'm with a girl right now, okay? Wait. Well, what is it? If you have something to say, then say it. Well... What is it? Come on, spit it out.
うちの
Our... Yeah?
クラス
Class? What about our class?
いる
There is what there?
女子
A girl. Huh?
先畑
A girl
って名前
named
の
Saki Hata. I was stammering really badly, but I finally managed to explain to him. He suddenly fell silent? There was no answer. But I could still hear the bustle of the crowd, so he hadn't hung up. Why was... Did she die? Is this a ghost? Is this somebody that was on the fucking bus that exploded? Was she part of my class from back then? Am I dealing with a person who died in a fucking bus crash when I was in 4th grade? She's a ghost, isn't she? God damn it. Mishima, do you have the fucking phone number for the Ghostbusters? Do you? Do you have Do you have the phone number for the Ghostbusters? Because I need the Ghostbusters. Where is Bill Murray? Oh. Okay. Whoever did the voice acting for that, let me be very clear with you. That legitimately sent a fucking chill down my fucking spine. Check OBS. 2 hours and 46 minutes. Are you We've been recording it for this long. I thought I was making a short videos. I guess I got carried away. I really need to try to focus really hard to make short videos. I just was getting into the story, okay? That being said. Okay, we'll probably but that legitimately sent a fucking chill down my fucking spine. Like, honestly, that made me feel like a heat. It made me feel heat on the back of my fucking neck. And I felt a chill go down my fucking spine. If I wasn't sitting at that time, I would have fucking fallen over. That shit made me feel a bit dizzy. I felt a tiny bit lightheaded from it. I legitimately felt a fucking chill go down my fucking spine. I instinctively also turned around and looked at my door to make sure it's still fucking locked and barricaded and shit is in front of it. Like, I have fucking dumbbells on the ground in front of my fucking door. The door is locked. I have a chair also on top of the dumbbells in front of the fucking door. I had to turn around to make sure the door was still fucking shut. To make sure I'm still alone in this fucking room. That noise legitimately made me feel fucking like there's fucking bloodlust here. And everyone's like, haha, that's silly, ha 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 ha. You guys weren't wearing headphones, okay? I'm just saying, the noise that was, the noise that I just fucking heard, legitimately made me feel like my life was in danger. Like, I know all the tingling down this fucking spine. My body fucking started pumping adrenaline for this shit. Okay? That noise. The noise that just fucking happened. My body immediately started pumping adrenaline in reference to it. Like I'm an actual, legitimate fucking danger. I heard a massive sigh. That did not sound like a goddamn sigh. That is not... That is not a sigh. That is not a goddamn sigh. Listen to this. Listen. That is not a sigh. You are not describing it correctly, Nishijo. No, sigh. That is not the appropriate word for that. That is not the appropriate word for that. That is not a sigh. That is not a goddamn motherfucking sigh. If you are not wearing headphones, I will give you 3 seconds to put the headphones on, and then I will push the button again, because you need to hear this with fucking earbuds or headphones on your ear. That is not a fucking sigh. A sigh is, A sigh is, or oh. Basically, it's more of a relaxation of tension. This has been nothing but an escalation of it. Yeah, that is not a sigh. A sigh is a de-escalation. A de-escalation of tension. It's a person sort of like, okay. It's like relaxed. This is not that! This is not fucking that! This sound is innately aggressive. It's innately malevolent. There's fucking bloodlust in this fucking sound. I don't know how you fucking made this fucking sound. I'll tell you this. This is not a human fucking noise. This is the kind of sound that if you are in the fucking dark and you have a gun and you hear this fucking noise, you shoot into the fucking darkness. This is not a human goddamn noise. This is not a fucking sigh. This is not calm. This is not, ooh, I'm bored, or like, oh, or this is kind of sad. No, this is a fucking noise of something that is not fucking human. I'm not going to be saying, oh, it's a demon, but it's more, this is something that does not have compassion or empathy. This is an aggressive, malevolent noise of something that is predatory, something that is actively about to fucking kill you. The first time I heard this fucking noise, just all of a sudden, just adrenaline immediately. Just chills down the fucking back. Like I'm having the fucking warmth and prickliness of the fucking neck. I had to like instinctively, the moment I heard that fucking noise, I had to turn around, make sure there's nothing fucking behind me. This is not. This is not a sigh. That is not a goddamn sigh! Yeah, that's still doing it. Every time I fucking do that! That is not a sigh. That is, no. Okay? Just this is not a, that is a sound of something very bad. Developer of the fucking game, you shouldn't have been able to make that noise. This shouldn't even be like, ooh, you're creative or bullshit. No. Fucking, no. Call fucking shit on that. Okay? Developer of the game, there's no way you fucking make that kind of noise out of just sheer fucking creativity. Okay? Dear creator of fucking game, you have seen some stuff that you are not supposed to see. Granted, again, I'm one to fucking talk. You know, I've heard the fucking shit before too. That being said, guess you're putting your own personal experiences into this fucking sound design. Just saying. Just saying, are the developers of this game still alive? The person who made this fucking sound effect. What year was it when you actually encountered this noise in real life? And again, good recreation of it, but still, just saying, that's not a fucking sigh niche, Joe. And again, oh, that's a flavor text. No, it's not an accurate description of the fucking down. Okay. But yeah, I have to keep constantly turning around, look at the fucking door, make sure it's not open now. Like, make sure there's actually nothing behind me. Okay? Just saying, that's not what that fucking noise is. That is not a noise you ever want to fucking hear. Well, we'll listen to it one more time, everyone. That is not a fucking sigh. That is the sort of sound you would hear from something that isn't human, that is about to rip you to shreds, that is about to hurt you. This is a sound you hear when you are encountering something supernatural that is very, very violent and very dangerous. This is not a sound anyone in real life wants to ever fucking hear. But let's see where the story goes. Let's see what's said next. Okay, I shouldn't be this nervous to push a fucking button. Okay, we're gonna push the A button and we're gonna continue on with the dialogue of the fucking video game. What? Listen, did you play too many video games and break your brain? Gaming brain. Some studies have shown that when a person plays video games, the amount of beta waves their brain emits drops precipitously. The idea of gaming brain or games causing brain damage assumes that prolonged exposure to the state can harm emotional control and reasoning ability. This theory was widely reported to the media as a serious social problem. However, question about the reliability of methods used to make brainwave readings. I mean, basically, a lot of exposure to TV screens, phone screens, or computer screens can cause disruptions to brain activity, can mess with attention span, especially if you're a very young person. Also, it can affect your sleeping patterns and all that, but in general, you shouldn't lose track of fantasy and reality, basically just as long as you have some common sense and you're not having some other underlying issue. It can, however, cause effects on dopamine as well as structurals, but still, it's not like it's as dangerous as, say, doing some sort of hardcore drug. But still, that was not a sigh. That was not a fucking sigh. That was not a human noise. I've heard that noise before. That's not a good noise. Hey? What was he talking about? And anyway, it wasn't true that video games damaged your brain. Took me a second because you said Sakihara, her last name. You're talking about Rimi, right? Is she a ghost? Did she die on the bus? Back when I was in 4th grade? Why? I know you said you're not into 3D girls, but how could you forget about her? I only joined her class this year, but she's been in your class since the start of school. What? 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 The three of us went to see a movie just the other day. 1. What movie? Was it good? 2. I didn't go to a movie. 3. If I don't have your phone number, then how did I fucking coordinate going to a movie with you? And even then, Sakihara person, Rivi, said she wanted to meet me, right? Which means she just didn't meet me till, okay. But then it means you didn't meet me till then. But, I don't know, was I Shogun at the time? Was it that she was saying that, hey, she's been friends with Shogun the whole time, and that she wanted to meet Taku at this point? I don't know. But yeah, what do you mean we went to fucking watch a movie? I don't remember going to watch a fucking movie, okay? I don't remember watching a fucking movie. What movie? Do we even have a movie theater here in this city? The fuck are you talking about? I couldn't grasp what this Misumi-like person was saying. The demon girl and I had been in the same class the whole time. The three of us went to see a movie the other day? When was the other day? The only reason you and I are friends is because Rimi introduced us. She's a weirdo like me. What? The only people in the whole wide world who actually care about you are me and her. Okay, this sounds slightly possessive of you, Misumi. Are you going to hurt me? Is Misumi real? It's not even just like, oh, it's the voice in the phone, like, pretending to be Misumi. Like, was Misumi ever real to begin with? Is your caring about me more so just patronizing? Was it out of pity? Do you actually want to be my friend? Is he actually real? Maybe that's going too far. I don't know if you actually understand how I'm reacting to this, man. Maybe you just don't realize my own mental health in regard to your joke. What movie did we watch? Don't remember watching a movie. Not a single one of the words coming through the phone felt real. How could they? None of the things he was describing existed in my memories. I couldn't accept that they'd ever happened. What this Misumi-like person was telling me wasn't true. It wasn't real. Still, again, the noise that was earlier. That was not a sigh. That was not a fucking sigh. That is not a human noise. That is not a noise a human makes. And also, that is not a benevolent noise. That is an extremely dangerous noise. That noise is a life and death situation. If something really happened, you remembered it. Rimi can sometimes be pretty unladylike. Oh, don't tell her I said that. What do you mean unladylike? Like she's a tomboy? That she's like one of the guys? You know, that she's like really into games and stuff like we are? Who are you? Did you really go crazy? You even forgot me too. Too many video games must have scrambled. I couldn't take any more, so I hung up the phone. I suddenly realized that I was having trouble breathing. You're probably starting to hyperventilate. The sweat coming off my brow showed no signs of stopping. If anything, it was getting worse. I could feel it dripping off me and landing on the ground. You need to sit down. You also need to breathe into a bag. Take a moment to calm down. Don't stare at anything moving. And drink a little bit of water. Also, take it in sips. If you chug the water, you'll have really bad stomach pains. It sucks. And also, if you start having the bad stomach pains, they stay with you about 40 minutes. So you do need to drink water, but you need to sip it slowly. Taku, you're sweating really bad. The demon girl looked genuinely worried as she handed me a handkerchief. It was a cute red one with no pattern on it. The handkerchief has slightly floral scent. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It smells nice. I didn't take it. Instead, I tried to get straight in my head what was going on. It didn't work, though. I just started getting suspicious of everything. I guess the path right now would be to ask her, did we watch a movie yesterday? What was the movie? What was the movie about? So, what did Daichin say? She gave a slightly disappointed sigh as she put away the handkerchief. Then she took on a victor's smile. It was as if she had known the answer from the start. I didn't have the strength to answer her. Who was this woman? Just my classmate or a monster I didn't know? Maybe I was just crazy. Thinking back to my chat with Shogun, I couldn't be sure that somebody wasn't controlling my body. Or maybe there was some kind of accident that took my memories of this Rimi Sakihara girl away from me and left my other memories intact. What the hell was wrong with me? Amnesia? Sleepwalking? Something else? You okay? Hey, Rimi! I know this is going to sound out of place, what I'm about to ask. Are you aware of me ever getting like a strong blow to my head? Or like high fevers with... Granted, IRL Lunar, I've had tons and tons of concussions. I've been hit by a truck. I've had like a dozen staples across my head on the left side of my skull. I've also been in a separate incident, hospitalized for swelling of the brain. I've had meningitis and encephalitis of the brain and spine. I've had palsy. I've had numerous, like half a dozen fevers where I've had 106-degree fever. I've even had a fever 107 once. I've had COVID a couple times. Everyone's had COVID. I mean, there's numerous times I've gotten ill and hurt. I mean, honestly, if I were to list all the times I probably should have died, it'd be like over 1,000 times. I'm just saying I tend to have really bad luck that things happen that hurt me and honestly, by all accounts, should kill me. And then also, I don't die. It's odd. I have really bad luck, but I also have really good luck. To where bad things happen that shouldn't happen, but then I have really good luck that keeps those things from killing me. For example, when I got the dozen staples across the left side of my skull, this like really, really big ass, like I think is it Ford or Dodge Ram or something, but those really big, huge pickup trucks that are meant for like hauling a shit ton of stuff, that are like really big ass fucking trucks. The only way you're gonna get a truck that's any bigger is like you had a fucking semi truck. But anyway, one of those really big ass trucks wind up hitting me like square dead on into my left arm. Like I was in a really small car and it went straight into the driver's side. The car actually went a bit of distance and did some spinning and went through a fence and went further into a field and stuff. Like it hit me really hard, dead. Like basically I looked out my window right next to me and I could basically just see the grill of the car pushing through the car window, hitting me point blank. I basically got hit straight on. I basically got isekai'd by a full-size giant fucking truck going 75 miles an hour straight into me dead on. And I'll say this, that hurt. It kind of fucking hurt. I couldn't move my left arm for a couple months, and it was shaking a whole lot. Like, my arm was, it would hurt, but it was also like shaking like crazy, and it's like my arm was having like a fucking seizure. And everyone's like, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. I don't understand why it did that. It's just like, I couldn't move my arm, but my arm was like shaking crazy. Like, it couldn't stop moving. Like, it was having a fucking seizure. Now, granted, it only did that for maybe half an hour, though it took me about 2 months to be able to move my arm again. So that kind of sucked. All of my ribs were bruised, so it was really difficult to breathe. But yeah, all my ribs were like bruised everywhere. Granted, I didn't break any ribs, but all of my ribs were bruised. I had like a dozen or so staples across the left side of my skull, so I was bleeding a bit. And my legs, from my waist all the way down to my toes, all over my legs everywhere, like every square inch of my legs were covered with these black and purple bruises that looked and felt like the skin of a basketball. And some of them were really sticking out really far. Then again, I've received tons of concussions from other things. I mean, I've been hit in the head with various metal things. Now, granted, some of it's been me being clumsy. I've tripped and fallen quite a bit. I can't ride a bicycle without falling over. My sense of balance is terrible. But I mean, I've been hit in the head with bats, with bricks. Granted, I did kind of avoid getting too many hits with things that were absolutely dangerous, like an axe. I mean, there was a time where someone tried to hit me with a fire axe, and yeah, I had to block that one, because otherwise, that's not a blunt object, that's a pointy thing that would have killed me. But I've been in numerous car accidents. Heck, there was another car accident where I was younger. We were in a tiny little truck, and my mom was sitting in the middle. My dad, technically stepdad, was driving, and I was in the passenger side. It was only one little. It was like the tiniest truck you imagine, and we hit a little patch of ice. We turned into oncoming traffic, and so there was this, again, a large vehicle moving at a pretty decent pace went square into the passenger side. But for the most part, I was pretty much unharmed, as far as I can remember on that. My mom actually leaned over me on that, and she wound up having a big cut on her forehead. I'm glad it didn't kill her, but I could see her skull. But she did protect me on that, so I was grateful for that, but also I was a little bit emotionally unnerved by it. I mean, seeing your mom's skull. No. At least it mainly healed up. But yeah, I've been hit in the head with a lot of things. I've been punched tens of thousands of times. I mean, heck, I can't remember if it was a half hour to a full hour, but there was like, granted, there's numerous times I had groups of people beat the fucking shit out of me, but there was like one time in a back alley, like, I had 5 people, all bigger than me, beat the fucking shit out of me for like an hour. It sucks. It sucks having your head stomped on and being punched thousands and thousands and thousands of times. Everyone's like, why didn't you just win the fucking fight? I'm like, it was 5v1. Stop criticizing me. Why are you blaming me for losing the fight? I tried, okay? But yeah. But aside from IRL Lunar having like numerous times where I've had swallowing the brain, high fevers of like 106, oxygen deprivation things, blows the head, getting hit in the head with a brick, getting hit in the head with a fucking, those metal heater things. It's called a radiator, you fucking dumbass. It's called a radiator. Well, I'm sorry I couldn't remember that. Jesus. It's a common word. It shouldn't be that hard to forget. Or easy, whatever. Fuck you. But I've been like hit in the head so many fucking times. At least we sleep better now. It went so long just sleeping like shit. At least now we sleep better. Yeah. I still have yet to brew that one fucking tea again. With the lavender. It's also got the peppermint leaves, chamomile, and catnip. Yes, actual fucking catnip. It's food grade. It's meant for humans. Catnip has a sedative effect on people. Yes. Neko, cat jokes, kawaii, whatever. But aside from IRL Lunar having numerous times of being hit in the fucking head with things, I'm just saying there's so many times where I've had things happen that should have killed me. Which I'm glad they didn't. I'm just saying it seems like I've been unnaturally unlucky when it comes to things like that happening. But then I'm also unnaturally lucky in surviving and recovering from those things. Like I said, that time I was driving a little tiny car and I got hit. Those big ass, the biggest truck you think of. That's not a semi truck. It was going 75 miles per hour plus. So it was either 75 or faster, but hit right in my driver's side. That hurt. It's kind of funny though. When I was in the ambulance, one of the paramedics was really cute. I tried to flirt with her a little bit, even though, you know, I'm bleeding profusely out of my head and my arm is shaking like crazy and it's kind of hard to breathe. At one point during I asked her how her day's going, and she's like, "It's better than yours." I'm like, like, "Did you get the number of the truck that hit me?" Everyone's like, "It's like you suck, man. You were trying to ask a paramedic on a date while they're treating you." I'm like, "She was cute, okay?" But I will say this: when they were stapling my head, my whole neck was cold because I could feel the blood going down the back of my head. But the funny thing is this, after that, you know, I remember going to the junkyard to see what was left of my car. And of course, it was whole fucking caved in, parts of it broken. A lot of the wheels were just like slammed in. Like basically the car was basically a crushed sardine can. The whole part of the passenger, like all the plate, like luckily nobody else was in the car with me. But the driver's side door, like everything was completely crushed in, and the wheels were flipped into it. And I'm looking at the, and granted, again, yes, I had a blow to the head. So please forgive me for being stupid in this like lack of foresight in what I was seeing, like and understanding. But I'm looking at the airbag inside my car, which thankfully it deployed, because otherwise I'd probably be dead. Honestly, even with the airbag, I should have been dead. But I'm looking at the airbag, and I'm seeing it's like covered in red with a little bit of white on it. And I'm like, who the fuck designs a red and white airbag? Like, why would you make some sort of design? Why not just a fucking American flag while you're at it? Like, what kind of stupid fucking design is this? And then it takes me a moment to think, for it to set in. Like, oh, that's not a design. Somebody didn't design it. That's a white airbag. It's a white airbag. The reason why it's red everywhere is because that's your blood all over everything. It's like, okay, it's a white airbag, and it's red because my blood's all over it. But initially, I just see it like it didn't occur to me at first. I'm just looking at it and be like, who the fuck designs a red and white airbag? There was more red on it than there was white. So if anything, it was a red airbag with a couple little white decals. I'm like, oh no, it's meant to be all white. It's just that I bled all over fucking everything. But aside from IRL Lunar bullshit, because, you know, honestly, I don't fucking matter. Back to the game. Nishijo. Have you had a head injury, man? You know, I shared my story. You're going to share your story now, Nishijo. I really should clean off my bed. If it hurts, want to lay down on the sofa a while? The demon girl spoke kind words to me. Thank you, and I mean, you're at least being kind. But still, I'm kind of confused. Remy. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Remy. Not sure how to say your name. Sakihata. Remy Saki Remy. I don't know. Do I have a nickname for you? What was the movie we watched? I needed to be especially careful around anyone who said kind words to me. Anybody who would be nice to a creepy otaku like me definitely had some kind of ulterior motive. I mean, on the one hand, paranoia, but on the other hand, that's actually true. I mean, honestly, that's proven true in real life for me, too. That usually, people proved later on to have an ulterior motive. And I'm just saying it makes you feel sad to find out that you were lied to when you actually believed somebody. I shook my head no, and then forced myself to look up. The sweat got in my eyes and made my vision blurry. Yeah, sweat's really salty. It probably burns. Her face was closer than I thought it would be. What color were her eyes? Why? What? Well, I mean, she definitely got attention to that. Her eyes got wider and she was much more engaged. So she's definitely very focused in a nice way. So she's wanting a response, but she's giving me the space to do so at a pace that's comfortable for me. That's very kind of you, lady who I apparently am friends with and went to a movie theater to, but I'm having blackouts too, and also I'm pretty sure I saw you have a person nailed to a wall and your eyes looked very different. Why are you here? Oh, sorry for just coming in. But I did knock, you know. Yeah, I fell over. You didn't answer at all, and I heard a really loud noise from inside. I was pretty worried. Yeah, I mean, I tripped. I fell on my ass. I am really clumsy. I have walked into a stop sign before. I have a terrible sense of... I can't ride bicycles. And if I did it now, my medical bills would be too high. I just have a really bad sense of balance. There's times I've been at places where I'm the only person not drinking alcohol, and the fucking cops think I'm the drunk one. When I don't drink. If anything, I have caffeine in me. And that should be enough. No. But the people actually drinking whiskey, oh no, they seem fine. But the cop thinks I'm drunk. I'm sorry, my sense of balance. Oh, why can't you walk in a straight line? Because I fucking suck at hand-eye coordination. Or any sort. I'm not an athlete. Now what? Why are you here? I didn't mean why are you able to get inside. My ear is itchy. What was she even doing here? If she came here to kill me, why wasn't she doing it? Oh, the reason I came? Well, her hand went to her bag, and she took out a handout. Hello? I brought you the handout for your post-graduation plans. I took it from her. It said post-graduation plans with 3 blocks below for first preference, second preference, and third preference. Was that really it? Was that the only reason? Go away? I didn't want anything to do with her. It was a terrible idea to get involved with her. That's not the concern here, man. Are we going to have any sort of explanation of what's happening with the person that was nailed to a wall? This is some kind of trap. Also, the sound that Mishimo said was... There are things that don't add up. Don't listen to her. This isn't real. This is a video game, a really buggy game. Look at all of these weird plot contradictions. It doesn't make any sense as a story.
僕に関わらないでよ。
Just leave me alone. If you're not here to kill me, then just go away. I'm me, not somebody else. Maybe some other me was friends with Rimi Sakihara, but that had nothing to do with the real me. I put my head in my hands and closed my heart to the outside world. I shivered, trying to imagine a delusion where the girl named Rimi Sakihara wasn't in my room. I soon heard the sound of the door opening, which told me the demon girl had left. Maybe she didn't actually leave, though. Maybe she walked to the door, opened the door, then closed the door again. The only light in the dark room was the pale blue glow of the monitor. It was a screensaver featuring Sarah, a character from Blood 2 in the animation. Rimi Sakihara had been in this container house just half a day ago, but now its only occupant was its owner, Takumi Nishijo. Okay? It was getting close to 5 a.m. Takumi's daily life revolved around playing video games until dawn and then passing out on the sofa. Right now he was curled in a cramped position on the sofa. He didn't sleep on the bed. He had one, but he didn't sleep in it because it was piled too high with CDs and manga volumes. If anything, why wouldn't we just put that on the couch so we can sleep on the bed? At first, he'd just been too lazy to clean it off, and then at some point it began to function as a storage shelf. Ever since then, he'd been sleeping on the two-person sofa. That cannot be good for our back. Ugh, what an awful moan slipped from Takumi's lips. His body was soaked with sweat, and his eyelids were twitching. He might have been having a nightmare. His expressions warped with pain. He kept tossing and turning as he lay there, almost falling off. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, and he stared at the ceiling. His eyes were bloodshot, and the eyeballs themselves seemed to be twitching a little. Okay. He stood up without blinking even once, and staggered over to his PC. He didn't sit down. Instead, he moved the mouse while standing up, and the screensaver on his monitor disappeared and was replaced by his desktop. His expression, illuminated by the pale light of the monitor, was vacant and empty. His body trembled and shook from side to side. Drool pooled and fell from his mouth. He looked exactly like the typical sleepwalker. He opened up his internet browser in a trance and went to the page at AppChan. His movements were slow and uneven, but there was no hesitation in his hands as he directly for the news board New Gens. There were 60 in all, and Takumi opened every single one. His gaze looked on the screen, and he was typing on the keyboard without looking down on it. He typed a message in each of the 60 threads. The message he typed were short ones, and the same message posted everything. So he just copy and paste. We just got Control C and Control V. Whose eyes are those? Name Shogun. Next day, I headed to the hospital. Last time, I hadn't been able to get assurance I wanted, but today, I was going to make them tell me I was sane. I was going to have the doctor remember me. I was going to tell him that I was his patient until 4 years ago, and then I was going to have him listen to everything I had to say. He's probably dead. I wasn't the crazy one. It was all Demon Girl and Misumi. I knew that's what he would tell me. This hospital opened at 8, earlier than a lot of them. That's why I decided to come right on time, only to find the lobby sofas packed with old people. How? How could there be this many people here when it just opened? Had they all cheated and got here before it was open smell? That's not fair. I was angry, but I didn't have any choice. I mean, we don't have anywhere to be, so we can afford to wait. We'll just read a book or something. They probably have books out in magazines. It was after an hour of waiting that I realized I should have made an appointment. Yeah, true, but we can't do that now. But very shortly after, they called my name, and I was relieved to see that I wouldn't have to wait as long as last time. Yay! But the doctor waiting for me in the exam room wasn't Dr. Takashina. I mean, he does get days off. Damn it. But a white-haired old man I'd never seen before. Where's Dr. Takashina? The nurse standing behind him, Hazuki, I think, answered apologetic. Dr. Takashina isn't here. Isn't here? He collapsed from overwork last weekend. Damn. I hope he feels better, but I am disappointed I didn't get to see him. He's been out the whole week. Oh no, my one ally. Wait, was it really overwork that it made him collapse? It's a conspiracy. It's a demon girl. Did I say it out loud? Nishijo? She must have poisoned his food, or sent a threatening letter to stress him out. It was a demon girl's doing. She was trying to isolate me. I had no intention of letting anybody but Dr. Takashina talk to me, so instead of getting examined, I fled from the hospital. Okay.
くそ
Is that a washing machine? Do I have a washing machine and dryer? Are those cabinets mine? Do I have like outdoor storage outside my tiny fucking storage house? I leaned up against the fan of the roof and looked up at the sky. Shibuya's sky was an ugly color.
病院にはも
I should stay away from
う行
that
かない
hospital
方
from
がい
now
い
on. The demon girl's net was closing in on me. Maybe there was nowhere for me to run. Maybe the detective I'd met yesterday was actually fake and working for her. Maybe she'd used him to test me. I mean, the timing was just too good to be coincidence. She showed up at my room right after the two of them had approached me. She was a demon, after all. She wasn't human. She could easily control somebody's mind. I didn't have any proof of this, of course, but I also didn't have any proof that she wasn't a demon. So I just had to assume the worst if I wasn't going to survive. Wasn't there anybody else on my side? Everybody felt like my enemy. Everybody felt like they were working for the demon girl. Save me. Somebody save
誰
me.
か助けてよ
Why didn't I have anybody on my side? Why was nobody helping me? Why did this have to happen to me? I felt so lonely. I wanted something to support me, someone to protect me, something to protect me. Anything, anybody who could offer me help.
見つけて
Find it. Quickly.
剣
The sword. Where would I even find the sword?
そうすれば君は救われ
Find
る
it, and you'll be saved. Okay? So where's the hypothetical sword? Suddenly I remember those words, the sword. If this was a video game, the plot would probably involve me being a hero who needed to find a legendary sword to defeat a demon king. Oddly enough, I'd heard the word sword from 2 3D girls lately, and there was still a chance that Fez was on my side. Girl B, Cena, I think, was likely on the side of the demon girl from the way she acted, though. The
剣
sword.
だ
Sword, get the
剣
sword,
を
and
手
then
に入れるんだ
I wished to myself as if I was in
そ
a
うすれ
trance.
ば
I was willing to cling to any hope now, no matter how small. If I could just get the sword, I would be released from this nightmare. I didn't know that for sure, but I had to hope. I didn't 100% believe Fess when she said it would bring me salvation, but I didn't have any other options. I decided to just look into it and see what I found. I ran a search online. What would we even search? First, I checked to see if there was any anime characters who had swords like the one Fess and Senna had, but I didn't find any. I'd mostly seen that coming. I always kept an eye for upcoming anime. There were 30 to 40 each season, so it was pretty hard. But I always watched the first episode of each series, and then decided if I was going to continue. And of course, I could watch anything that was satellite TV using YouTube. So, there was no way I could have missed one. And I hadn't seen any anime with weird swords, especially ones with such a distinctive shape. I would have been sure to remember them if they'd showed up, and I didn't remember seeing anything like them at all. Unless, of course, I'd been controlled by someone else when I watched the show. Next, I decided to search for the swords themselves, not anime.
くそ
Crap.
ほとんどがゲー
It's
ムの
all
攻
video
略
game
サイトじゃん
walkthrough
か
sites. Some of the swords that came up in the results were ones I recognized well, like ESO's Shangri-La Edge. I wasn't getting anywhere. I needed to find that sword fast. I had a feeling that Santa Girl had said something more specific. What was it? Remember. Remember, or you'll be stuck in this nightmare forever.
答えろ
Answer me. You can
見える。
see it, right?
ディソードが
The D-Sword. Okay, how would we know how to spell that? It could be like D-E-E. Or it could be an umlaut, like German. The D-Sword. Right, the D-Sword. Search for that word. The D-Sword. Fantasy term, wiki amnesia by... A sword of negative darkness? Unleashed on the world called the D-Sword. A fictional weapon said to be created Ancient Times of Europe by Gladial, the King of the Wicked Hearts. Maybe by feeding on humanity's negative emotions, they eventually come to devour the hearts of the Black Knights who took them. What makes them distinct from other sacred or magical swords is that they are said to be... I bought a Di-Sword bag board guide eBay, and I got hits. I just love how freaking weird it is. Town Vanguard's Hearts Oasis. These days you don't use swords. Okay, so it's Soul Calibur, Soul Edge. You know, it's a sword that has supernatural power, but it feeds off your own negative feelings. It's like a euphemism for like stuff like heroin. Like, I don't know. Just 2 hits, but the 2 links made me feel like the path would save me. Desperately trying to... I think the top one's the most important one. I decided to click on the top one first. Spelling the address bar, opening the page. Ah, the site's gone. Shit, it was down. Damn it, why did it have to be a dead link? No, I need to calm down. I just had to go back and click on the cached version. The page had an illustration. It was based off a description, old text apparently. Old legends.
元ネタは伝承か
So it's from some old legend. Okay, where were we on this? What makes them distinct from other magic is said to be invisible. Is magical swords. They are said to be invisible. An unarmed warrior would wave his hand, and just as in the tales of the Kamaitachi, their foe's arm would be cut clean from their body and would fall to the ground without them, so much as feeling it. There are many tales in the old legends of weapons like this which defied natural law. The Di-Swords themselves appear in several apocrypha and ancient texts. The Di-Swords are considered to be another instance of the Kamaitachi phenomenon. Kamaitachi are fictional creatures often depicted as monsters with sharp scythes on their forelegs. But this is best understood as an attempt to depict them as the ancients imagined them. They are in fact creatures with little physical form. The wind spirits. Modern science has investigated the Kamaitachi phenomenon, and scientists now believe that it originated phenomenon in places with dry air where a vacuum state is formed and can cut skin. A fictional novel based on Eastern European legends, The King of the Wicked Hearts. Am I the King of the Wicked Hearts? The 23-volume high fantasy series depicts the war between the 7 Black Knights and Gradiol. Am I Gradiol? Is that who I am? Written by Ziegler, published 1929. Translated to several languages, but commercially unsuccessful due to its complex writing style. Does sound like it'd be really interesting. All volumes are out of print in
セラっ
Japan,
て女が持ってたのに比べ
but
る
it's
と
not nearly as cool looking as the one in
It's
It's an invisible sword. So you had to take a guess what it looks like. Why did it have to be such a minor weapon anyway? Why couldn't it be like Excalibur or the Blade of Kusanagi or something else infamous? No, this wasn't the time to complain. Whether it was famous or not, it was going to save me. I didn't care. I decided to look into it a bit more. I bought a D-Sword. Tried a second link search. The phrase "I bought a D-Sword" stood out to me. Could you buy D-Swords? The author was evidently a man, which meant it was the demon or girl Sena. Weird. I just love how freaking weird. The town Vanguard is my heart's oasis. These days you won't see many stores placed outside Hakuhabara. Magas really aren't my style, but that's not what you know. And they certainly didn't have the same writing style as Shogun. Either way, they were a different person entirely, or the person writing the blog was deliberately disguising their writing style. There was no way to tell from here, so I stopped reading. The store, the page referred to as Town Vanguard, was evidently in Shibuya. It felt like too much of a coincidence, or maybe I was being paranoid. Okay, Akihabara's shops style is either computer parts or porn with those guys. That's how you know there used to be so many cool places in Shibuya. Bet y'all can tell my age to say this. They did here when those old shops are incredible. They made Town Vanguard like a toy store for kids. Anyway, enough about the past. Who came up with the name Di-Sword anyway? It's pretty big. It looks like somebody put some time to designing it, but the only reason it could have ended up in a place like Town Vanguard is still with that. She made a special corner for fancy weapons. It's got fake ass looking lightsabers and shurikens. Kind of disappointed. Honestly, I was hoping there more. Maybe the reason I'd run into 2 girls carrying the D-Swords in Shibuya was that the place was selling them there was there, Weird things got popular with small subgroups of people here in Shibuya all the time, right? I searched the town vanguard, but I couldn't find the store's page. I did find a town with a map, and so I downloaded it. If they didn't have a public page, they'd probably have an online store either. I searched the taboo auction site, but I didn't find anything. I'd have to store directly to see for myself. I didn't really want to leave the house, but yeah, I checked the fucking door.
剣は手に入れな
I
くちゃ
need the sword.
手
I
に入
need
れない
the
とダメ
sword.
なんだ
At this point, I felt like the one good option I had for fighting off the demon girl. I didn't know what exactly I would have done once I got the sword. I didn't have the courage to try to kill her with it or anything, but something inside me made me think that if I got the sword, maybe I'd just feel a little less afraid. That was it. The Di-Sword was a good luck charm, something to keep me going. There was something strangely compelling about it. The store was somewhere near Cat Street, it looked like. Cat Street was a twisty street that ran alongside Meiji Street, the main connection between Shibuya and Harajuku. I'd heard once that it was originally a river that got filled in. There were a lot of theories as to why it was called Cat Street. Some said it was because there were a lot of strays there. Others said it was because the street was as narrow as a cat's forehead. A common expression in Japanese. Not that I cared either way. Cat Street was a good distance from here. It would take at least 15 to 20 minutes to get there. A bike would get me there faster. Of course, but I didn't have one. I didn't want to go near the station, so I opted to go through Shoto and cut across Miyashita Park. I walked a little fast across the bridge over Meiji Street. Phew. I was finally here, and I was in such a hurry that I was starting to get frustrated how long it was taking. Cat Street, compared to Center Street, was much quieter. I felt much like Harajuku and Shibuya. All the stores were selling Ozare clothes, the kind I never have any interest in. Daishibu. I could tell I was out of place as I walked down the street, and I got more and more upset. This was totally outside my usual territory. There were a lot more couples than there were in Center Street, and I could tell they were all window shopping, LOL, trying to show off because they didn't actually have any money. Losers. I almost regretted coming, but I choked those feelings down and told myself that I needed to get the sword. I walked as fast as I could, face glued to the map, trying to avoid making eye contact with the people around me as I headed to my destination. Town Vanguard was down a narrow side street off Cat Street.
ここか
So this is it. One step down a side street, and the whole place felt very different. The alley was narrow, cramped, and dirty, much too small for a car to travel down. The buildings were all old, traditional wooden houses, or empty stores with their shutters pulled down. And all the shutters had graffiti sprayed on them, too. You see, even if Cat Street looked fancy with its luxury brand storefronts, that was all just fake. This dingy alley was the real Cat Street. Behind the facade, it was nothing but garbage and run-down old buildings. Of course, I didn't like the backside any more than the facade. I wasn't any more at home here than on the main street. I only had one home, ESO. Town Vanguard turned out to be a smaller, gloomier shop than I'd expected. I could tell why the blogger who'd mentioned it had called it underground. There was a sign reading open, but it certainly didn't seem busy. Going inside felt really hard. I was too much of a wimp to go into a fast food place all by myself. How could I go into such a creepy looking place? I wanted to go home. No, I needed the sword. What was I supposed to do now? I went back and forth outside the shop for a while. There was absolutely no one else inside the dark alley. I spent 30 minutes wandering around trying to muster up the courage to go in, and not a single soul came by. Many times I almost felt brave enough to go in, only to give up at the last second. but I couldn't give up and go home empty-handed. This was the only place I could get a D-Sword. But my instincts weren't willing to let me go inside. I had a delusion where the shopkeeper came out to meet me. Of course, she was a cute maid, and she spoke to me in an anime voice. She knew exactly what I wanted and offered me a D-Sword with a friendly smile. "Please, take this sword, master." I could be such a horn dog sometimes. Awkward laugh that I have no idea how to fucking pronounce. Everything would be so much easier if that happened, I told myself. And maybe my wish was heard by someone, because a 3D girl did come out of the shop. Her outfit wasn't anything like I expected, though. I mean, we do have to be realistic here. It was some kind of ethnic clothing. It looked really flashy. But the girl herself seemed really gloomy. She had long hair done up in an afro. How do you have long hair but also an afro? I guess we're going to see in a moment, but I can't... How does that work? I'm confused. I don't understand what that would look like. Tied up in a bandana with a strange, eerie design on it. She said she'd gotten sick of what? Oh, fucking. You were watching me this... Oh, fuck. Now I feel embarrassed. She said she'd gotten sick of me watching me wander around the outside of her store, and so came out to check on me. My delusion hadn't become reality. Well, of course, that could never happen. No, we just creeped out the person inside because I was too nervous to go in the fucking door. Before I knew it, she had dragged me inside the store, despite my reluctance. I hadn't even got time to say no. I'd ended up inside. I'd overcome the first hurdle, at least. Okay, music's... Okay. But what if this store was actually owned by the Demon Girl? And the whole D-Sword thing was a plot to lure me here. I could be killed at any minute. I looked around the dimly lit shop. There were no other customers. The air was stale, and there was a thin haze. It smelled like a mix of cigarette smoke and mold. 5 minutes in here and I'd probably be ready to throw up. I could see what looked like merchandise, but I couldn't tell if it was for sale or not. It was all placed randomly throughout the store. And to tell the truth, it might have all been garbage. It certainly didn't have price tags on it. And I realized after I got inside that there were a lot of adult porno toys too. There were things you saw in a lot of that word style H games. I tried not to look at them. This place must have been some kind of adult knick-knack shop. Despite how eager she was to get me inside, once I was past the door, the woman quickly ignored me. She sat down on her stool next to the register and smoked a cigarette. Well, I mean, she's trying to... Oh, my ear is itchy. Well, I mean, here's the thing. She saw how fucking nervous we were to come to the store. She wants to, like, let me... I mean, if she was just standing next to me, watching me look at stuff, I mean, that would make me nervous. So she's trying to let me not be nervous. It's called reading the room. So this haze was at least partly her fault then. I hadn't even been inside for a whole minute, but a combination of nervousness and embarrassment, as well as how sick I was feeling, was making me sweat hard. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Time to find the D-Sword. Fast. I walked toward the back, looking at the shelves as I went. I quickly found the fantasy weapons corner that the blog I'd read had talked about. This one part of the store stood out from the rest. There were several toys lined up carefully in display. The toys themselves all looked cheap. Actually, I realized they were mostly just different colored lightsabers. Luke! Some of them were cheaply made, but they were obviously fakes. I wasn't sure if they would even light up. The light-up shurikens that the blog had talked about were sold out. It seemed that was kind of a surprise. But there was one thing mixed in with the lightsabers that was very clearly different from the others. Just one look at it and I recognized it as a D-Sword. It was just like the one I had seen online. Why is mine so plain and everyone's got all these little fancy designs and shit? And I was like, I got normal sword. I mean, granted, I guess it should function or appearance, but still. It was just like the one I'd seen online. I picked it up and it was lighter than I expected. What was it made out of? Soft plastic? Is there gonna be like a sword of light? like Gowry Gobreev has in Lena in versus the Slayers. Yes, it's a 1995 anime. There was no blade. The edge was smooth. I ran my finger across it, and of course it didn't hurt at all. Compared to the ones that CNN Fez has, it doesn't have any weight or complex design, and certainly wasn't sharp. Maybe it was a fake. I was a little worried, but this was the only thing in the shop that could possibly be a D-Sword. Did this even light up? The one Fez has been swinging around at the concert had some kind of glass embedded in the blade which had lit up with a pale light. It was really cool. But there was no glass on the one I was holding. Maybe I should just give up on buying it? The D-Sword was such a piece of junk. This D-Sword was such a piece of junk that I was ready to give up, even after coming all the way here. But
見つけて早く剣を
find it quickly. The sword.
そうすれば君は救われる
Find it, and you'll be saved. I remember Fess's words. Right, if I didn't buy it here, I wouldn't have any clue as to where to get in the door. We should still look around the rest of the store, though. Maybe it just looked cheap, and when it is recognized as rightful owner, it would suddenly transform into something with incredible power. Maybe I just seen too much anime and manga. But Senna and Fess both had D-swords that seemed to possess a strange strength. Maybe this sword would turn out to be the same. What should I do? As I stood there uncertain, the clerk came up behind me. She grinned a gloomy smile and pointed at the D-sword. 10,000 yen, and I'll throw in a little bonus, she whispered. That's fair. That's a fair, even if it wasn't a magical sword. I feel that's a fair price. Maybe 50. Maybe 50. I'll keep in mind it's not a real sword. Well, for a fake sword, 20, maybe 30. I could see 35 max. But, we'll pay 100. I'm trying to convert to American dollars. I was so stunned at how cheap it was that I couldn't believe my ears. I had some decent savings built up from my RMT business. 10,000 yen was cheap enough that all I had to do was pass on buying a single figurine. When I heard the price, and also that it was last one the store had, I bought it immediately. The bonus was a cheap bangle bracelet. Maybe the bangle bracelet is the real D-Sword, and this is just a toy. So, but maybe but we should wear the bangle bracelet no matter what. The true nightmare began once I bought the sword. Town Vanguard didn't ship. You had to walk home with anything you bought. Even if it was a toy, the idea of carrying this huge sword across the middle of Shibuya was enough to quench any excitement. Can't I buy a bag to put it in? I'd already paid, though, and the clerk steadfastly refused to return my money. This was going to be incredibly humiliating. I had to walk down the most fashionable streets in Tokyo holding a giant toy sword. Of course, the DQN couples and well-dressed ladies all chuckled at me as they walked by. Damn it, I wish they'd all die. I headed home, delusions filling my mind of swinging the sword wildly and murdering everyone in the street. I do have a wooden sword that's painted black that I bought for like 20 bucks. It's just a piece of wood. It's basically a kendo stick. But it's fun just to swing it around. I know it's a toy, but it wouldn't actually be useful in an actual fight anyway. It's just a stick. But I mean, who else played with sticks when they were a kid? Like, you pick up a stick off the ground, you swing it around. Like I said, it's still fun, okay? Stop judging me for being nerdy. I was finally home. I started running once I got close. Once I was out of breath, the people got the base. The cold gaze of the people I'd passed had really stung. Yeah, I can understand that, man. I don't know how Santa managed to endure this humiliation. It was something I could respect in a way. There was no way I could do it. I mean, no one else could see those swords, but this sword is... Suddenly I heard a sound from the other side of the base. Was someone here? Fuck. Like I said, more than likely, my bangle is the real sword. And it'll like magically transform into it, but the sword I have is a toy. I froze and gasped. I remember the smile I'd seen on the face of the demon girl who called herself Remy. Maybe she'd come back. This time, maybe she'd come to kill me. Maybe the police are waiting inside my fucking house. What should I do, run? I could sense the presence of someone in front of me. The setting sun cast someone's shadow on the ground. It clearly a silhouette of a woman. I quickly raised my D-Sword. Holding it in my hands like this, I realized what a piece of crap it really was. The one Santa held had a strange power and intensity about it. But mine didn't seem to have anything like that. Maybe it was a fake after all. Could I really fight anything? I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess. I mean, face the wrath of my soft plastic kendo stick. No, not a chance. Even if it was real, I still wouldn't chance fight actually with it. Holding my hand, it felt weirdly heavy. Maybe I was holding it wrong? It didn't feel like something I could actually swing like a weapon. The shadow suddenly began to move. It was coming closer. Okay. So stay away from me. I closed my eyes, thrusting the sword out in front of me at random angles, not that I expected to hurt anyone both. What if it's our sister? But I had faint hope that the sword could just maybe help me. But then, nothing happened. My foe didn't say a word. Maybe the D-Sword had annihilated the demon girl with a single swing? If so, that would be incredible. Was that our sister? Did we hit our sister with a... Damn it, fucking... Brother, what's that sword? So it is our sister. We didn't stab you, did we? I opened my... Well, I mean, dang, that's not... It doesn't have a point. I opened my eyes, but instead of the demon girl, I saw Nanami. She was looking at me with contempt in her eyes. Attention drained my body, and it collapsed where I stood. Don't scare me like that. This was just awful. She was an awful sister. What kind of awful sister tried to entertain herself by scaring her brother? Who the hell did she think she was anyway? This was 3D world girls with inferior 2D ones. What is happening? I wasn't trying to scare you. I just came to see if you were alive, like I always do. But you weren't here. I had to waste 30 minutes standing here worrying about you. I wasted a lot of valuable time to see you, brother. You jerk. Worry? She was worried about me? I refused to be fooled by such an obvious lie. So where did you go? You almost never leave the room. And you weren't picking your phone up either. I'd left the phone in the base. I knew nobody would call me, so there's no point in taking it. What's that sword, anyway? Did you buy it just now? She was staring at the sword, looking a little confused. Oh, I get it. It's some kind of anime toy, right? You really are an otaku. You look ridiculous with it, too. Agreed. Anime sword for self-defense. You looked so wimpy a minute ago. When you were holding it. Huh? I'm laughing just thinking about it. Great. I'm gonna feel sad about that later. I ignored Nanami and opened the padlock of my room. And then tried to head inside. Hey! Don't ignore me! Leave. You know I'm alive, now go home. She was always making fun of me and did nothing but complain every time she came here. If she really hated that much, then she should just leave. I certainly didn't want her here. Listen, I came here all the way here to make sure you're okay. Would it kill you to show a little gratitude? I even brought you a present. She pouted at me. A present? Yep. Mom said to bring it to you. Here. She handed me some mandarin oranges, 10 or so. Oh, thank you. And a red neat net bag. It wasn't a great present. I'd eat mandarins if they weren't laying around. But they weren't exactly a favorite of mine. Anyway, I went to rest a little before I go, so I'll eat them with you. Okay, sure. Go home. I can't believe it. Your little sister's here with a present and she's offering to eat it with you. You should be happy. What was her to be happy about? Why would I want to eat oranges with my little sister anyway? She probably just wanted to eat some herself. She always was a big eater. She used to always eat my food too. We got in fights about it all the time. Nanami went inside the base, ignoring my protests. I had no choice but to follow. Got tea? I'd like something hot. I don't think I have anything that makes heat. Of course not. I only drink soda. Nanami sat down on the sofa and took out an orange. I sighed and set the D-Sword against my computer desk. I didn't need the bangle, so I tossed it off into a corner. Huh? What's that? Nanami quickly picked up the floor. Yep, that's definitely our D-Sword. Hey, this is cute. Did you buy this too? It's actually pretty nice. Particularly for something you bought. Cute. How? It's just a cheap thing. Probably not worth more than 500 yen. Nanami had terrible taste. I ignored her and took a seat at my desk, grabbing an orange as I did so. Hey, are you going to throw this away? Well, I don't need it. Okay, give it to me then. Huh? You don't mind, right? You were just going to throw it away. Kind of reminds me of the Quincy stuff from the Bleach. You should act like a real big brother for once and give your little sister a present. It's not a present, just some junk you want. Fine, take it. Really? Yay. She was certainly easy to please. As soon as I gave the okay, she was quickly put the bang on her arm, such a cheap little sister, enjoying such a cheap gift. Well, brother, does it look good on me? It's probably going to transform. No, not at all. Oh, okay. Brother, you jerk. I gave her the present, right? So why was she treating me like this? What kind of little sister calls her brother a jerk? Where did she learn to do that? Go play 100 H games and learn how to behave properly. Haha, jerk. She was smiling too. I was really getting angry. I like this, so I'm not giving it back. Actually, this may be the first time you've given me a present. I guess I'll just have to take good care of it then. Whatever, nobody asked you to. I didn't even buy it for you. Anyway, you're done, right? So leave. I'm busy. Don't get in my way. Suddenly, she looked upset. You don't have to be so mean, do you? I haven't eaten my oranges yet, and you haven't given me my tea. I don't have any tea for the likes of you. Grrr. She glared at me, shoulders heaving with rage. Eventually, her eyes started to tear up. Fine, if I'm really bothering you that much, then I'll leave. Yeah, go. Wow. Brother, you jerk. I hope you get an orange peel in your eye and go blind. And I'm not giving back the spangle either, jerk. Her high-pitched yell echoed through the room as she grabbed her bag and flew out the door with incredible speed. Woo! At last, the storm was finally over. Every time I talked to Nanami, I felt exhausted. Why did she keep coming when she knew how much I didn't like it? Read the room. Well, we're fucked. What the fuck is this? Okay. Well, I'm going to end the video. Bye. 4 hours.